is up?
What's up? It's dark over there. I feel like I should hit the light over here.
Turn my light off. I don't know. I'm trying something new.
There we go.
What is up, everybody? We got a bunch of people in the chat already, man.
Nice.
Nick, got
Hey,
Paul,
Santi.
David,
Evan, David.
something's wrong with Baggy already, even though we just started. What's up with that?
All right, so
what's up, Kevin? Fun. Everyone missed who, Santi? I'm confused.
Where's Felipe?
I don't know, man. He's going to buy some 1500 series, I guess.
Is he even looking at messages? Let's see. Okay.
Angela,
He
welcome.
should be on soon.
We got everybody in here. 10 Cent. Our North Carolina vinyl picker up in the house.
Cool. Excellent.
I'm excited for tonight. It's been a long week, man.
I have something we could show. I'll give you a hint.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you can see, it's spinning on my record player right now.
I never buy colored. I always buy black colored.
Isn't that pretty?
Oh, right. Oh, very good.
Yeah, I just listened to it again.
We got Felipe.
There's your boy. There's your boy.
Yeah.
What's up, Felipe?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Nicole.
Oh, well, I did not do this. Unfair to Cats gave a bad review of my cat videos.
Did we? No, we didn't.
I don't know.
Unfair to Cats. What's the cat video?
I don't know. I like cats.
Yeah, me too. I like cats better than dogs.
Oh, whoa. I don't know about that. Can we get a cat, honey? I guess that's a no.
So, Felipe, how's your weekend collecting going? Do you have any news?
Nope.
Oh.
I'm actually not. I'm waiting on the mail, so I'll just stay quiet. I just very few records this week. Very few records. So I'd like to start by showing this one.
Okay.
Oh, cool. Who's got the loud ass notifications going? Is that me?
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Because those were 2 10 inches, right? They're different sessions. And who's all on this?
That's the first one. That's J.J. Johnson, Jack McLean, Art Blakey, Kenny Clark. That's Miles Volume 1.
Pull it out. I can't see it. Can you back away the camera? Okay, yeah, I guess not.
Yeah.
Oh, 1501. Okay.
So that's why I picked this one.
It's interesting they put Blakey and Kenny Clark on the cover.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Who else is on that?
Jack McLean, J.J. Johnson. Let me probably.
Yeah. Go through each lineup, each session.
Oh, yeah, there is different sessions. I guess that's why there's different drummers, though.
Yeah. So there are 3 sessions here.
Okay.
First one in April 20th, 1953. There's a section recorded on May 9th, 1952. And another one on March 6th, 1954.
Nice.
Yes, but who's on them, Felipe? Who are the players?
It's long. Hang on a second, okay?
Okay.
So first session, the 1952 session, is Miles, J.J. Johnson, Jack McLean, Gil Coggins, Oscar Pettiford bass, Kenny Clark.
Okay.
The 53 sessions, Miles, J.J. Johnson, Jimmy Heath, Gil Coggins, Percy Heath, Art Blakey. Third session, 1954, is Miles, Horace Silver, Percy Heath, and Art Blakey. So it says a huge long lineup. I mean,
so that last one's a quartet. There is a quartet on that.
Yes.
Interesting. I always find it fascinating when you see Miles with a quartet because he's known for his quintets, and he rarely would just have a rhythm section behind him. So like those early quartet sessions are unique.
Yeah. And to be honest, Miles between 1949 and 1954, he wasn't even on this planet, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, in his mind, he was. In his mind.
Yeah.
However, I picked this record because 1501. I think it's interesting. That's why I picked the title for today's for today's stream. Thank you, everybody. Thanks very much for 1,500 subscribers. That's why I put 1501.
Very cool.
That's
Well,
the start
hold
of 1500. We're starting the 1500 series.
Yeah, exactly.
But what is our exact number? Because let's see if we have that one.
I think it's 1508.
What is 1508?
I don't know.
All right,
That's
hold up.
1501.
It's probably like
No,
Okay.
we're saying we have 1,508 subscribers now.
yeah. hold on.
Okay.
The Blue Note 1508. Let's see.
Yeah,
Cafe Bohemia. It's volume. What is this? Volume 2.
Mm.
So here, let me share my screen. This is
Are
a
you
cool,
going shopping already?
it's a messenger session, which is pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Does anybody have this one?
No, I have no CD. I have the 4000 series live, the Jazz Corner in the World, but I don't have this one.
So this is 1508.
That's cool. I've never seen those.
Horace Silver, Hank Mobley, Art Blakey, Kenny Dorham, and Doug Watkins. This is one of my favorite messenger lineups.
This is a great session. I have a pair of CDs of this one, and they're amazing. They're amazing.
Yeah, it's
Some of the
good.
very first jazz CDs I ever bought.
Yeah, I'd love to get these. They have not reissued these.
Music Matters. There's a
Oh, they
music,
did. Oh, okay, never mind.
but yeah, good luck getting it.
Yeah, let's actually take a look. How much it's
I don't want
going.
to go shopping already. It's only been 6 minutes.
Hold on, while I have it up. Music
Hell.
Sold out.
5 starting at 250. It looks like.
Not bad.
Oh, is that the MMJ stuff?
Yeah, it's a good price.
That's great. Let's go get it.
It's a real steal.
It's a steal, yeah. Well, it's cheaper than Bob Marley or Kirsten Adkins record, right?
Does anybody in the Peanut Gallery have that record?
Which one?
The 1508.
Oh, 1508, yeah.
Yeah.
Sean heard something about a 10-inch Japanese reissue of jazz records recently. Anybody know more? I know they did the 5,000 series, I believe, at one point.
5,000. There's a King series, the whole 5,000 series. Yes.
Yeah, and I know Deep Groove Mono just put out a video. He got both of the Herbie Nichols 10 inches that Classic Series put out, but as a 12-inch. So you might want to check that out if you're interested. He has a huge, deep well of knowledge on Japanese pressings.
Roberto has that record, which is awesome.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's great. Yes.
Well done. Come on up, Roberto. Show us the session photos. That'd be cool.
Well, we have to share a link to do that. Let me do that. Hang on.
I did get this in. This is really cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, because it's like, I feel like it's avant-garde, but it's not too serious. And at times, like, it's very humorous. Like, it's funny, like, what they're doing sometimes. It's really well done.
How's it?
I think 2018, so it's not a new record.
Oh, that's cool.
And they did a black, and that's sold out. And they did this, and this is essentially sold out as well. So I was just happy to get one. But it's a great album. So Walter Smith III. Okay, hold on. So Walter Smith III, tenor sax. And I'm not familiar with who's playing bass and drums, but there's special guest, Christian McBride, who's double bass player. And then Joshua Redman, who I just picked up his... let's see. I just picked up this from him.
Oh, that's nice.
Still Dreamin'. And his father is Dewey Redman, who's from Old and New, what is it? I keep saying Gospels, but that's not what it is. But anyway, it's a really storied family in jazz. So this is a cool one. And then Walter Smith III here. This is very cool. So you can go on Bandcamp, I think, stream at least a few of these songs. It's definitely worth doing that.
You can still buy the CD for $10 too.
Yeah, you can still get the CD. And actually, no, I'm pretty sure you can get the whole album on Spotify. So it's probably available everywhere. So
yeah,
I think everyone will like this. This is.
I don't think this is avant-garde at all, though. That's weird.
It's.
Where'd you get that from?
I don't know what I mean. I would just, like when things are like not easy to define for me, like I wouldn't say it's like, I mean, it's like modern jazz. Like it's so many things in one, I feel like.
It's all standards, though.
yeah.
And it swings, too, big time, like the whole time, which is cool.
Nicole, do you know this? And if you do, what would you categorize this as?
Discogs said it's contemporary jazz, which I find stupid as a label for this, but
That's a stupid. That tells me nothing.
yeah, no,
Contemporary.
Yes,
they're dumb.
Kevin, come on up. Come on, Kevin. We see you lurking
Absolutely.
with that ridiculous Music Matters Jazz collection.
Does Kevin have a music? Oh,
Yes.
Kevin,
Yeah.
Oh, probably, yes.
Yeah.
Got it.
Kevin's a crazy good collection.
that's awesome. But there's some. I mean, the cool thing too is like with Redman, he's on just 2 songs, but they play kind of off of each other, which is awesome.
Right.
And then for Street Rods, you know,
Yeah.
I've listened to this, I think, 1.5 times. I have to, and I streamed it a couple times too. I still need to kind of sit with it. It's really, really good.
good luck getting a copy though. Unfortunately,
There are copies you can get for like $50 if you, with shipping from like Europe. There's like a couple copies left. So
Yeah.
you want to spend $50 on it.
this wouldn't be a bad idea for the CD though. I mean, you can get to the CD for $10 on Discogs.
Yeah.
Discogs on Bandcamp right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's got another record that I'm interested in. It's $35 on Bandcamp. It's 2 LPs. I think it came out last year, and it's still
That's the
available.
one with he's under the bridge.
I don't know. I mean,
Hold up.
but I'll have to say too that was a gracious gift from Nuts and Tones Mike. He gave me that, and then there's another record we can talk about later.
Yeah. So that is a limited pressing. I think 500 black vinyl, 500 tricolored.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
Let me see here. Let me find this real quick. It's called Still Casual. Let's see. Share my screen.
All right, David.
Hey,
welcome to
guys.
the stream. Welcome back.
Let's see here.
Thanks for having me on the first time last November. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
I just
So here's this other record that he has. I'm
Okay.
looking at the screen. So it's two albums, right? I think it's 3 sides from what I read. Yeah, and there's an edge side, so it's like CD length. Probably that's why it's 3 sides.
Okay.
Yeah, I might check this one out. I'm probably gonna stream it first.
Can you actually play that sample?
Well,
Well,
stream taken already. Like,
oh, okay. All right.
what sample? Oh, here's the sample. Yeah, I can try it. See if it works.
Well, yeah. See if
So
it,
you can hear it.
because his stuff sounds.
this is Walter Smith.
That's all right.
Pretty good.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
different than the other record.
Yeah.
So now, if anyone's interested in this, don't buy the digital album because it says here it's just previews, so they're all like a minute long.
Huh.
So, I mean, I wish I could just.
Can you go to Trio? You see the link over there for Trio?
Is this a trio? I have no idea. 'Cause it
No,
doesn't
no,
say.
no. Scroll down. You see it off to the right. There's a
yeah,
Trio.
yeah.
Click on
Yeah.
that and play a little sample for everybody.
This is a great one too. Ask me now.
Right? Like there's almost like an element of Dolphy in this.
I've never heard of this guy before.
Do what? I can't hear you. What?
I was just saying it kind of reminded me a little bit of El to Lunch, like the I don't know, like that style of melody, however you want to describe it.
I think that's a Monk song, isn't it?
Oh yes, it is. Yeah, yeah. Oh well, there you go.
Yeah. See, I'm trying to think of the. Let's see if we can play the other stuff. I'm trying to think which one's one of my favorites. The Ask Me Now is actually really good.
I'll be
It's the
seeing
fir-
you is really nice too.
We're stupid. The back actually tells you who wrote them, so that's kind of cool. So that's a Monk song. There's a Gigi Grice song on here, which is pretty cool. From Social
Yeah,
Call.
Yeah,
Very
cool.
cool.
Play over that.
Wait, is that weird?
Them cutting up to begin with.
Got that worried look.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
It's great, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like. I mean, some of it sounds like something you could have heard from 50 years ago.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
could I show you some new used jazz
Yeah.
albums real fast? I
Go
picked
ahead.
these up a few days after Christmas at a thrift shop here. I'll be real fast. You ever heard of this guy? Manny album.
No, I haven't, but that looks interesting. Hang on, let me make it big so I can see what you got. Jazz greats. Play music from West Side Story. That looks cool. Vocal Leon. I've got a couple of those records.
He's a jazz musician.
Nice.
You ever heard of Ruby Braff?
Absolutely.
Who else is on that?
I don't know if I could.
Yeah, let's see it. We can see it.
Sam Margulies, Bill Byers, Marty, Napoleon, Milt Hinton, and Joe Jones. Nice. Actually, might have. Can you show the label from that? That's the
Yeah,
jazz.
well, this is I don't come across.
That's that reissue mail label.
It's
Yeah,
jazz. You ever heard jazz tone?
Whatever, man. Yeah, jazz ones are awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. That's the first time I ever found that label.
Yep.
Hold on. I found these all at the same thrift shop.
Oh wow, nice. Here, Edison, awesome.
Oh, very nice. What is that on? Is that like Capital or something? What is that?
The label.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a.
Oh, Verve. Nice.
Oh, cool. Very nice.
I think it's a stereo second. It says MGM Records at the bottom.
So
Yeah.
who's playing with him?
Oh, you have to really read. Let me see.
Here, if you want to put up to the, if it's easier to put up to the screen, go ahead.
Well, this is real small. I don't know if my webcam can. I can
Okay.
read it. Let me see.
Let's see.
Hold on. This is very hard to.
It's hard to read.
I don't know if it's my webcam or not.
No. Can't
I can
read.
read. Hold on.
That's all right.
Trumpet, Jimmy Forrest.
Oh,
wait.
nice.
I'm sorry. Jimmy Forrest tenor saxophone, Jimmy Jones piano, Freddie Green guitar,
Nice.
Joe Benjamin bass, and Charlie Persip drums.
Oh, great.
Charlie Persip is. I love him.
It's a cool lineup, man. It's a cool record.
That's the first Harry Edison I have in my collection now.
Well, I always loved him because he played on Wee Small Hours and a few other Sinatra albums.
Oh, the Frank Sinatra album, really?
Yeah,
I have that one. I didn't realize he was on that one.
I forget who it was who told me this, but somebody said that if he was unavailable because he was booked or something, that Frank would actually hold the session so he could get him on.
Oh, wow.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I mean, Jimmy Forrest, it's cool. It's got Jimmy Forrest on it. That dude's great.
Yeah.
Terry Gibbs is awesome, man. He's a vibe player.
Yeah, that's my first one by him. Wait, yeah, two.
What year is this? Do you know what year that's from?
My price, well, I go by my price guide says approximately 64 or 65.
Yeah, that's fair. Makes sense.
Royal
Roast, that's
Roast.
a cool label, man.
Really nice.
Boy,
I
whoever
have like one record. It's weird.
donated all these, they sound like brand new too. Wow.
You know who has some Roost records that I want? Is just get her
Look at
name.
what's concerned.
Beverly Kenny. He has
She is hard to find.
her records are very, very expensive.
That's why you want them?
No,
Yeah.
it's her.
Ever heard of this guy?
They're great records.
Oh, yeah, of course. Not having awesome.
Mm-hmm.
This is my first. I'm new to him too.
Oh, it's a great. Hang on, let me make it big so we can
It's a
see.
great
it.
cover.
Oh, well, I'll try to walk.
Yeah, Slide Hampton's got. That's awesome. What is that? 1394. That's great.
Huh? Oh, the label?
The number.
Oh,
1396.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Six. Yeah.
Yeah.
Atlantic Records. He's pretty good.
Nice.
That's a great record, man. I don't have that one, but I got a
Let
bunch
me
of
show
it.
you. For these two?
Oh, hell yeah.
That's my first one.
That is a cool record, man. I love that. That cover is
That's
badass.
the Verve Records mono copy.
Jesus Christ. That's
Look at
awesome.
that cover. That's
Yeah.
like ridiculous.
Isn't that cool?
Food.
Ugh.
I'm hungry. They left the little gross parts on the wings back then.
How's that, Dave? How does that music sound?
Oh, it's a pretty good album. I listened to the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
Cool.
That's my first album for those two too.
Nice.
For this guy.
Oh, that's great. Is that California Concert?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, dude, that's a good record. I have that record. Man, you found some cool shit at the thrift store. That's awesome, dude.
Oh yeah.
Only $1 each too.
Yeah, dude. I went and bought a bunch of dollar records across the street today. They're all crap though, probably. Oh, yeah. And it's clean. It looks clean.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah. See, sometimes you get lucky at some thrift shops once in a long while.
Yeah.
Now, is this like just a mom and pop thrift shop, or is it like?
You ever heard of a Habitat for Humanity?
Yeah.
It's a restore here.
That's cool. Okay, those lots of the Goodwills never have shit around here.
Yeah.
Stuff like gospel and crappy country. Not even good country. It's crappy country. It's like $1 if you're lucky.
And I got a few more to show you. Buddy Rich.
Wow.
Is that?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it on that. Let's see that
Let me
one.
turn my volume up just a second. Sorry. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
You're good.
They can't hear us. Okay, so keep the customer satisfied. Recorded live. What label is that on? Is that
Sounds
Liberty?
like Liberty.
It's approximately 69 or 70
Applause.
albums.
Could be Applause. What's the label there? Oh, yeah.
Nice.
It's about 5 albums from 1970.
So who's playing with Buddy on that?
Who has Messenger on, Felipe? Do
Let me see.
Sorry?
you have your Messenger up? Because some of these.
Yeah, I just muted it. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a bunch of different people on here.
Okay.
So now let me see one I've heard of.
I have a Lionel Hampton with Buddy Rich, and his style of playing is so different than everybody else's.
Las Vegas.
Oh, Lava Tropicana. That's neat.
That's how I play it where it's at.
Like you could tell Buddy came from like the big band.
Yeah.
Like he just I feel like stuff I've heard him on, he just plays like that type of
Okay, hang on. Okay, this is a show.
This is from the 70s.
Have you listened to this?
This play, I like Maynard Ferguson. This is 70s stuff. Yeah,
Okay.
it's like Beethoven there.
Yeah.
kind of.
I'm not a huge fan of that one.
Do you guys like to? You do any of the 70s jazz fusion or not? Not
Oh,
really.
yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I love this.
Those are easiest to find, the 70s jazz albums.
Yeah.
We've all started buying all kinds of 70s jazz records, but I love Maynard Ferguson's earlier stuff. But that one's actually okay, but some of the other stuff is just terrible, man.
I got one.
Go albums are garbage.
I found one of Maynard Ferguson's MRC albums.
Oh. All right, here we go. Baggy. So Baggy is learning the trumpet.
Yes, yes.
I mean, and sorry, like that might be an understatement. He plays the trumpet, and he's saying Maynard is God among trumpeters.
That's true.
So Baggy, if you want to come up and tell us more.
Yeah, tell us more about Maynard Ferguson.
I'll have to show. I got a bunch more I found last September. I'll have to show you too sometime.
Yes. Oh,
For sure.
all right. Here we have a good. This is a good question here. So Angelo Kelly is asking, have we heard about the Dorothy Ashby box set put out by you?
Got an email from.
bring it up.
I think it's a 6 LP.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
Chris.
mean, yeah.
Hey, Joe.
I'm going to talk about for sure because I'm kind of interested in it, but not at this price.
Oh, I'm
Hang on. Let me share my screen again. So it stopped.
missing some comments. Too many people. Oh well.
All right, check this out. So with strings, this is, I don't know what this is, but this is the worst picture. Okay, here we go.
So it's still available, right?
I'll look, but it's 6 different Dorothy Ashby records.
So that one on Prestige, the green one there,
Yeah. So
that was just put out. That was literally just put out like 3 weeks ago by
it's pretty good.
by Real Gone, and I picked it up, and
It is pretty good.
sounds good. I mean, you know, it's I don't know. I don't know if it's her best album.
Mhm.
I haven't heard every single one of them, and I've heard people criticize this one, but I'm happy to have it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I would like.
You just don't like female jazz artists, apparently, man.
I love female jazz artists.
Me too. Yeah.
But it's interesting. So it's 6, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's 6 records. $250 though, pre-order.
Yeah.
It's kind of a lot for me, but
Now, I do not have any of the New Land Bethlehem, but I think Chris, you picked some of those up.
I have every one of their other records except for the one, the Mingus.
So
It's kind of good. Now this one, where is it at? Dang it, somewhere. So here we go.
It's a yes, OG Kevin Gray did the whole stuff. Yeah.
Okay. And then from the original analog tapes, except for 2 of them because the tapes have been lost.
Yeah.
Manufactured at Palace. I mean, it's got all. It checks all the boxes as far as quality goes, right?
I mean, I would like it, but I just, I have to kind of pick and choose. And 250,
Yeah.
That'd be hard with anything,
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's like
Hard to find.
I got a Prestige from Ronald Groove. I liked it, but I don't know if I want to spend 6 records, buy a box, and am I going to be listening to that all the time? I don't know. So
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I agree. I was just going to do the math
no
here.
matter how rare or cool it is, I mean, sounds good, but do I like it? I don't know.
We got somebody who's probably going to get it.
I mean, it's $41 a record, dude. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
It's not terrible though.
I mean,
Yeah,
for
it
that price, I'd rather buy an OG Blue Note, for example.
I just wish, and it's the same. I was talking with, I think, Felipe about this, but like the Cadet Vinyl Me Please box set,
Oh no.
like there are basically 2 records I want from that, so I'm not going to splurge for it. And then the same thing with the Dorothy Ashby. Like I'd like to have Hip Harp, the one that's on Roost, right? No. It's like the set Regent. I think the Regent one.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to have that, and then there's probably another one that I'd be interested in, but I don't think I'd want all 6. And
Yeah.
But I will say it's probably going to be a pretty cool box.
Sorry, guys.
You're just all the beeps tonight. It's fine.
Yeah.
18 and 20, I found nothing at thrift stores, and I found a few things once and a bunch the other time. Yeah, I've never found shit at a thrift store so far.
Yeah.
You got to be willing to just, when you do find something like mediocre, you have to be willing to just leave it.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes
Mule Train just picked up Bluesnik. The Bluesnik. Everybody else got that, right?
What's this?
Bluesnik.
Yeah, I got to send mine back though.
Well, Felipe's got a Music Matters version of it. So.
No, I have a Liberty actually, so I passed on it. I didn't get the Music Matters yet.
Oh, okay, thought you did.
No, I like it. It's great. Both, I think, and they are spiraling. I mean,
Or Spawn's better, in my opinion.
I mean, whoever can find any of our spiraling record, just buy it because.
Yep.
So my top piano players, and my copy is Music Matters at the test pressing 33. Just unbelievable, and I bet this classic series might be really good, and I don't know what's about being like a little not so good. I mean,
We got Jason.
It's an amazing record.
Jason, I sent you a message on Instagram. I have a topic that I think it'll be fun to have you up here for, but I'm waiting for Rob to come up too.
I gotta address something real quick.
Okay.
So, just so everybody knows, we welcome everyone here, no matter what your religion, sexual orientation, or anything else is. We're totally inclusive, and if you make a anti-Semitic comment, you'll get blocked instantly. And so that's happened just a minute ago, and that's it. We're not going to be tolerated at all. I don't care if you don't like somebody or not. If you make shitty, racist comments, you're done. So, yep.
So we just talk music here. There's no drama, no anything. Just music. Yeah. If you're not talking about music, go.
They'll get you blocked, and you made it through 30 minutes of a stream for the first time, and you're done.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway.
Hey, Mike. Wait, yes. You're on Instagram too?
Well, we have the Jazz Bums account.
Yeah. I follow you. Never mind. Yeah. I follow you.
Okay. So maybe I show something cool that I got this week. Not
okay,
the
jump in.
Not the coolest stuff, but since we're on the thread, I got this OG here for like $10.
Yes.
Ooh, what's that?
Who's that? Black Miracle.
Joe Henderson. Nice.
It's a milestone OG. It sounds amazing. It's a great record, and yeah. So that's why having a record cleaner is a great investment because the guy graded poorly, and the after cleaning the record is perfect.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So the 76 release on Milestone.
Oh, that's really
Let's see that picture of him.
So it's Joe Henderson, Oscar Brashear, Snooky Young, trumpets, flugelhorns, George Bohannon, trombone, Don Waldrop, bass, trombone, tuba, Hadley Kellyman, flute, tenor sax, the Willie Conga, gonga, electric piano, Lee Reitner, Harvey Mason drums, Bill Summer percussion, and of course Ron Carter, right? They had to be here.
Yeah,
Of course.
fantastic.
That's really cool.
I
Joe,
just
That's a
you
great
guys know this channel. It's Jazz Vinyl. I'm sorry, it's Jazz Video Guy.
yes.
So
Yeah.
I was on his live stream last night. And he was playing Joe Henderson with Chick Corea, and I forget the whole lineup, but it was a quartet at Montreux.
Mhm.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
they were doing Monk. It was like just fantastic.
Yeah.
Someone in our comments mentioned
Yeah,
I
that's
think it was
really good.
Carlos mentioned him recently.
Yeah.
His stream was amazing, man.
Yeah, no, that's a great one. And another one I found in my local store yesterday is an OG.
How you doing, Joe?
Liberty.
What do you
What's
got there? Hang on.
Oh, very nice.
This one, actually, if you look at the back, this one came right after Sweet Honeybee.
Oh man, imagine if you found the OG of that.
Oh, there you go.
So Freddie Hubbard, Tarantine, Spalding, it's an amazing record.
Oh,
It's really
I
good.
need more James Spalding in my collection.
Duke looks a little confused there on the cover.
Original winner.
Oh, nice.
It's pretty good.
Very nice.
Great record.
Joe, welcome to the show.
Hey, Joe,
Hey.
welcome. Thanks so much for joining again.
Ah, good to see you.
Yeah. What's up this week? Any good findings?
For me,
Yeah.
yeah. So I last week I went to visit my family in Rochester. So I went to a lot of the stores around there, and I had a few things that I kind of had been looking out for at the Bob Shop, but Record Archive, which is another place in Rochester, I ended up with this huge jazz collection that they're still working through. It was a few nights ago. They were posting some things, and there were some of the stuff that they had posted at first were things I already had or whatever it happened to be. But this one came up pretty quick, and I snapped it up as quick as I could.
Wow.
And this is an original. When I had called them about it, they had said that it was. Let me see if I can center it.
It looks mint.
That's cool.
It's in really nice shape. There's a little bit of kind of ring wear around it, but not too bad. But the guy had said it was like a second press, but the price was really good for really whether it was a first or a second press. And when I got there, it actually was an original. So
That's beautiful.
was really happy. I knew this one came out as part of the Verve by Request series.
Yep.
But this was one that I wanted to kind of hold out for an original. So
So that was my question. You didn't buy the reissue.
no, I didn't. No, I haven't.
Now, Joe, do you have any other Alice Coltrane in your collection? I can't remember.
No, I don't. I'm planning on getting the acoustic sounds for Journey into Satchidananda when that comes out the end of March.
I have.
I the only other one that I've seen in the wild is a monastic trio. I saw that one maybe a year or so ago, and at the time that wasn't the type of jazz I was really listening to, so I passed on it. I probably should have picked it up, but I haven't really seen much of her stuff. So.
Did you pick up the that Pharoah Sanders Karma, the acoustic sound series?
I was going to, but then a few weeks before it came out, I found an early pressing.
Oh,
So I
nice.
grabbed that. It was
That's cool.
Yeah. So, but I would have. Yeah, that was one that I was really looking forward to as part of the
Nice.
acoustic sounds series. So
Nice.
It's good. If anybody doesn't have it, it's an interesting record, and it sounds amazing, of course. Because I don't know, Chad said it sounded like crap. I don't know what he was talking about. 'Cause it sounds good.
well, and he was talking about that. It seemed like he was very hesitant to put that out because he didn't. I don't think he was really aware of like the audience for free jazz, spiritual jazz, and I think he was really surprised by how successful and how popular that album was. and
Yeah.
that may have been why he decided to go forward with like Journey into Satchidananda as well.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was surprising to a degree because he's been on video like saying that he's not interested in those titles and that other people, he'll leave them to other people. So it was really nice to see that he he decided to work on those titles.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, it also, I mean, it's the Verve series.
Yes.
It's not Analog Productions, so
Yeah,
Yeah.
they have a stake,
Yes.
I think, right?
that's a good point.
I have a question. So, was this the record that this isn't the Joe Henderson Chick Corea record he was playing, was it?
The Smear
No,
Mirror.
he wasn't playing a record, he was playing a video.
Oh, okay. Well, this is amazing though, and if you don't have it, you're making a mistake.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Uh,
Jason Rojas is going
No,
back.
it was somebody. Hold on, I'll get it. It's
What's up, buddy?
Hey guys, let's go with fire. Let's go with fire now. Fire it up.
Is that an OG Vinyl Me Please? And then you're getting the acoustic sounds. Did you
Oh yeah, man. It's gonna be a duel, right? Just a constant hate, right?
Well, that's
We'll
good.
journey together. We should do, shouldn't we do like a journey into this record?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Wow.
I'm still waiting for
I'm not sure sound wise, but cover wise, the Vinyl Me Please looks much better picture.
Oh yeah. Do you
Much better
believe
done.
you have this one? Do you have this?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
like
But the picture looks much better.
it's okay. It's okay.
Not
Just
easy.
okay.
It's
I
not
think
easy.
the sounds will be that,
Mhm.
I do.
Because I heard this is a digital cut. I don't know if you guys knew that.
Mm-mm.
What is
No.
that?
This is a digital cut. This
Oh,
one.
right. Okay. Cool.
But I mean, it sounds okay. But I have problems with like kind of like the high end because it's kind of like a digital harshness. I don't know if you guys ever feel that with some like free jazz stuff. But this thing, of course, is the real McCoy, right? Some
Mhm.
people lose sleep on this. Do not lose sleep.
It's beautiful. It's
Wait
beautiful.
for the acoustic sounds. I'm pretty sure it's gonna match it.
I've never even heard her music before.
So my story with that record is, hold on, let me.
Cool.
So
You hear her music, David?
No, I haven't. I'm
So
behind.
what I would recommend though, David, is stream the one that Joe showed.
Uh-huh.
It's
Cool.
really it's a good place to start.
Awesome.
So the OG Alice Coltrane I have is this record, and I found it at a fair, and it was in that Journey cover. So I saw it, I whipped it out. It said it was VG. It looked perfect, like unplayed, and I saw it was Alice Coltrane, so I put it back in. When I got home, it was actually this Alice Coltrane. It's World Galaxy.
Okay.
Pulse Records. Cool.
So I've been waiting to just find a cover for it, and one popped up on eBay. It's not the greatest condition, but I finally got the cover. The cover, I mean, it's got terrible. This looks like it's water damage, but anyway, I have a cover for it. That's period appropriate. But what's cool is, so on this record, so the lineup. Let me just go through the lineup real quick. It's Frank Lowe tenor and soprano, Ben Riley percussion, Reggie Workman bass, and then arrangements orchestrated by Alice Coltrane. So it's it's a quartet on this. And what's cool is, so there's no piano basically. There's bass, drums, tenor, and then Alice on harp. And the first song they do is My Favorite Things. And then they do a bunch of they do Galaxy in Satchidananda, and then narration of Love by Swami Satchidananda, Galaxy to Turia. But the last song is A Love Supreme.
Oh, cool.
So the first song is My Favorite Things, and the last song is A Love Supreme. So it is a cool record for those two songs alone, but the whole thing's really good.
Is it a comp or is it an actual studio
No,
record?
this is an actual release, World Galaxy.
Nice.
So this is the one I have. But the thing is, when I got this, it came in that cover for Journey, and what could I do with it? So I actually ended up sending it to Rob because he found a Journey without a cover. So it worked out really well.
So Mike, I just pulled this one because we were talking a little bit about free jazz, and you mentioned Frank Lowe. I picked this up not too long ago. Black Beings. This is on ESP disc.
Oh, nice.
I was very hesitant to pick this up at first because if you haven't heard this and you're not into free jazz, this is gonna scare you away. I mean, this is
it like super squonky and honky?
it's very there are times where there's squealing and everything, but it's really good. I mean, it's a very powerful, very kind of energetic session, but it's definitely not for the faint of heart. So Frank Lowe, as Mike had talked about on that, this is a crazy one. So
what year is that?
73. It was like ESP disc had kind of been on a bit of like a hiatus for a few years, and then they came back and they had just a handful of additional releases, and that was one of the ones that had come out. I think it was maybe 72. It was like 72, maybe 73.
Okay.
So, but it's very, very free. So it's definitely not one that you want to start with when it comes to free.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know, that reminds me, I need to get back on my Gato Barbieri kick because he's got some really crazy sounds, but then it's mixed with like Latin jazz underneath it, which is kind of cool.
Speaking of jazz, this is great. Do you guys know about this? I think Felipe, you do know this one, right?
Oh yeah.
Ooh, what is that?
This is João Donato. This is like Brazilian jazz. Like it's kind of jazz funk. But, I mean, he's very happy on the back cover. You can see here.
Nice.
Yeah, João Donato, he is one of the I mean, along with Bonfá and others, he's one of the actually brought the whole thing here, and he's really highly regarded. And his style was copied by many jazz musicians here.
He looks too happy. He looks like he's ready for Rachel's morning show.
Yeah. But Jason, whenever you can find better pressing, Polisson is a really it's probably the only one of the only few that remained in Brazil after everything shut down in terms of pressing plants. They don't press the best records ever. So if you find a better copy, you're going to be even happier. They're hit and miss. Some of them are good, some are not.
Yeah, that's what I've discovered. I've got a few others, and they're kind of
Yeah, I don't know this one.
I'll check that out, Mark. I don't have any of his ESP stuff. I'm trying to get all of his Impulse albums right now.
Yeah.
And then the Flying Dutchman stuff's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Jason, not to break the jazz wall, but I did see your Led Zeppelin Turquoise on Rachel. I think it was Rachel's stream. That is, I mean, for record collecting, that is a pretty.
One of the ones, right?
I've seen that too, Jason.
Yeah, that was amazing.
That's those are the pieces you show. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's some. If you've been collecting for a long time, that's like one of the ones. Like,
yeah, that's a great.
You throw that trump card. Basically, you're like, what do you got there? It's kind of like I would do this, guys. Like, I'd be like, guys, I'm ready for record store day. Let's do this. Right? Let's do this. Right?
Well, we're gonna get into it. I want Rob to be here because that is the discussion we're going to get into, and it's not just Chet. There are other titles that fit the bill for this.
Okay.
So I will set it up.
That's a good subject. I have an idea of the other title we're talking about.
Well, there's two other titles.
Okay.
But I want to wait for Rob because I want to hear Rob. I feel like Rob.
I'm totally getting this one, Jason. Absolutely.
You should.
That's the OG mono.
Yeah.
Or is that so? Okay. So was the ERC stereo or mono? Stereo.
I think it's stereo. I think.
Yeah, I think it is because I think when Michael 45 showed it, it had the phantom speaker on the back, which is I think only on the stereo. That diagram that's on the back of the jacket.
Yeah.
So
the thing is, like, if I show up with Michael 45 and say, "Hey, do you got this?" I think he might cry. I don't want to make him cry.
Don't make him
I totally agree, Roberto. Jason definitely needs to come up more often.
You can do the OG Buyers Club and get one.
All right.
There's Rob the Waxed. What's up, buddy?
So the ERC.
Hi, everyone. Hi, haters.
Where's it gone, bro? Some of them. One of them's gone.
All right.
We're trying to move you up. Why can't I do this? Let's move me down.
Where are you at, man? You still at work?
Yeah, I'm still trying to educate people.
Okay. This is virtual.
So what's the thing you want to cover, Mike?
We just disappeared, so I don't know.
Mike is cool.
Hold on. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back.
I think he has to get in a better outfit for me.
Yeah, that's true. I know that you showed up with your nice button up.
Hey, I did Rojas. I did pick up a my first intervention record at
Which one did you get?
Matthew Sweet,
Okay.
Girlfriend.
How does it sound? Did you listen to it?
I just was at Amoeba and I picked it up just
Nice.
today. But
I like that record. I might buy a copy of that. If you
well,
like
they put it over 2 records, like in there's extra demo songs on it.
Oh,
But
cool.
they did, Chris, they had a copy of Monday Evening, Bill Evans' Monday Evening, but it had a crease in it. So I go, can you give me some money off? And they go, $2. And I go,
Yeah.
it was $30. So I'm guessing they're going to repress that. So
Probably.
press more copies.
That makes sense. Well, they did Friday already, and then they had was there a Saturday one too?
No, it is Saturday. It's not. There's no Friday, or if there is a Friday, it's not something they pressed.
No. There's 2 different ones, I swear.
There's Monday and there's Saturday.
I know, but I have 2. Let's see if I can find it.
So, Jason, do you have any of those interventions?
I have the one by the church. That's a good one. I have the G.
Ooh, nice.
Clark one. Dillard and Clark, I think. That one's pretty good. I have the Flying Burrito Brothers. That one's all right. That one sounds really different. So I have I don't know.
I found a mint OG of that and I just sold it to somebody. It's a record not for me.
Okay.
But I was in a group conversation with the guy, the owner. What's his name? Shane.
Spain, yeah.
Hey, Sean.
He was making
Yeah.
no beef about his disdain for RTI.
Oh wow.
All right.
So apparently buried in their contracts is if you leave jackets there for a very short period of time, they can throw them in the trash.
Ooh.
So he had like 300 jackets there that they just tossed in the trash. He was
Oh my
livid.
I
Yes.
bet.
And those were Stoughton jackets,
Oh,
Yeah, those are not cheap.
That's just
But it seems like kind of a dickish move on their part,
kind of.
even if it is contractual,
Yeah, it's a little much.
Yeah.
Um,
I have the Joe and Arma Trading on intervention is really good. Sounds amazing.
We
You
know
know,
this wax doesn't like the
you're not wrong, Jeff. You're not wrong. But the main thing about Amoeba is they're only as good as the last collection they bought. I never really buy new records there.
yeah,
Yeah,
It's the
that's the case with a lot of record shops in cities, though.
yeah.
I mean, I guess it depends on.
Rose.
Okay, so I did want to jump into something while we have Rob here.
yeah.
So let me make myself big. It's going to seem pretty obvious as soon as I start showing records.
He deleted himself.
Whoops. All right, let's try that again. Okay, so for the past year, maybe 2 years or so, I think I'll do this in order. I'm pretty sure this is the right order. Maybe not. We had a record store day mono, Quiet Kenny, right? I just listened to this tonight. This thing sounds incredibly good.
Cool.
Okay, we have the Art Pepper, also mono record store day. This may have
Don't talk about the cover, okay?
This may be next year. I haven't listened to this recently. I meant to listen to it tonight, but I didn't get to it. And then I did listen to this. This is the Chet Stereo. So, and this is a craft like regular reissue that's been pressed multiple times. So a lot of people have this. So we have mono stereo. And now this year we're getting stereo mono. So my gut reaction, and I might, I'm open to arguments, but because I have really excellent sounding all these sound really good, all AAA. I was just like, I don't need like a mono of the Chet or a stereo of the Quiet Kenny. But what are you guys doing? Are you guys picking up second copies that are in stereo or mono? That's the question.
Well, I think you should there's 2 ways to ask that question.
Okay.
First of all, I just got the stereo, so I have both Quiet Kennys.
Okay.
They're very good in different ways. That stereo is fire, but the mono is good too. So there are two different types of listening. That's my opinion first.
Yeah.
But then you go into an area where do you have multiple copies of albums? That's the bigger question.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people do.
And just to add one thing, if you have a finite budget and you already have this record, you could take that $40 and buy something new to add to the collection. Even though this is technically different, you can go and get a completely different record.
Yeah.
So that's usually what I'm like, well, since I have the stereo and, collecting old records, Riverside, Prestige, like if they're stereo and mono and they both sound good, if I have one of them, I'm pretty happy. Generally, I rarely double down.
Sorry, I have a question. So my internet took a shit for a minute. What were the three records we're talking about?
Chet, Art Pepper Meets the Rhythm Section, and Quiet Kenny. Dorothy.
Yeah. Well, I've got the new Quiet Kenny.
But you didn't have the mono.
Well, yeah, I know, but I'm not gonna go pay $100 for the RSD mono for that. But
right,
the Art Pepper even I might not do. I don't know.
I think it depends. The Art Pepper, I had my first copy was a Japanese stereo. Fantastic, amazing, beautiful. And then I got this record store day. It's just slightly different. It has a different presentation, but the music is the same. I'm equally pleased. I think it depends. Quiet Kenny, I just got the stereo. I'm not pursuing a mono. I couldn't even get it.
Yeah.
Well, the better question for you, Felipe, is this. You have a bunch of OGs, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure you have a tone poet of one of those OGs, right?
Yes.
Have you listened to both? Do you feel they're different listening experiences?
Yes. One record that struck me the most. I don't know if Joe has this one. I have a Music Matters stereo inner urge. And I have a mono or OG inner urge. They sound equally great, but very different. But they sound great equally. I think that the early stereos has a really hard penny. The drum is always on the left side, very loud. The horns come here, and everything else is mixed on the background. The mono comes like as a punch. Everything comes together.
Hold on, I do want to get the other panelist opinions here. So, David, do you have any of the records I showed, or are interested in the new reissues?
Talking to me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't. It's terrible. I don't live my nearest record store day would be in Casper, Wyoming, which is 120 miles away.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'd sure love that.
Okay.
Chet Baker one if I could be closer.
Well, sometimes it comes up on Amazon because they do repress that stereo, and I've seen it for like 20, like in the 20s. So it's one of the more affordable all analog.
I only got one Chet Baker album on Riverside Records and an OG pressing.
Nice.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, sings Lerner and Low or something.
Oh yeah. That was part of
copy.
Yeah,
that's
nice.
His
That's a good
albums
one.
are hard to find.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, Joe, any thoughts on this?
So I picked up the Quiet Kenny Dorham RSD mono when it came out like 2 years ago. And I loved that. And for me, the only thing, once I get a copy, whether it's mono, stereo, whatever happens to be, and whatever pressing it is, the only way that I would upgrade would be to be for an original. And I don't think, with what I heard from Quiet Kenny, I don't think I would pick up an original. Just that it would be probably thousands of dollars more than likely, and it's just not feasible. The Art Pepper and the rhythm section, I was similar to Felipe. I have I think like King pressing, like Japanese pressing of that. And I was satisfied with that. So I didn't really look for the RSD. That one was that last year that came out?
Yeah.
I think it was last April. Yeah.
Yeah. So I didn't. And then, honestly, with Chet Baker, he's not really my thing. So I didn't pick that up. So I'm really, I mentioned this a few weeks ago when I was on the first time that I'm very picky when it comes to reissues. I like the Tone Poets and the Idiots and now this like acoustic sound series, things like that. But I have to really, I think, want the music and feel that having an original would not be feasible, whether it's for a price or just availability. So I think the only RSD one that I'm going to pick up this year is that Albert Ayler one. So that's, as of right now, that's, I think I watched you guys' video like 2 weeks ago when you broke down the RSD releases, and I'll probably go back to that and see if there's anything that I have missed. But yeah, I'm just real picky when it comes to reissues, and then also just what am I going to try to be able to actually find at the different stores when I try to go. So
All right, and finally, Jason Rojas.
We should release something new, because cash grabs are tough. You know what I'm saying? Cash grabs are easy. You're tempted, right? Will it beat this? I don't know.
So what do you have there?
I think you know what this is, right? A juicy cover.
That's
horrible ring
Those
wear.
are both mono, yes? Are those both mono?
Yep, this is the mono. This one's cut hot. If you know this one, it's cut hot.
It has a big punch on that one. Yeah.
Yeah. This one, it's seen some better days.
Yeah. So does that have a yellow deep proof? That original?
Are we ready to cry? Are we ready to cry? Let's cry together, everybody.
Very nice.
Let's cry together.
Beautiful. I use those Hudson Hi-Fi inner sleeves too.
Yeah.
Look at the price on this one. Some person was lucky, $2 for $1.
$2 for $1.
I like that you kept that on.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's got the stamp on there too. Yeah. Very nice.
It's amazing.
But
yeah.
This is if you can't get this, then of course this is a better value. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A great value.
But now, are you going to get the stereo acoustic sounds version and the other alternate versions of the records I showed? Because it's like we're getting like a second pressing of all of these, and it's just been a couple years, and now we're getting the same records again, just different, stereo mono.
Maybe I will write a letter to Chad, Chatty Cakes. Please release something new, and then he'll take my email or my letter and throw it in the trash, right?
Well, so will you get the stereo?
No, I'm going to pass on that one.
Oh, why does Jason think Chad's actually going to get a letter he writes him? That's what I asked.
Right.
Look at this. Nicole's going to see the James Brennan Lewis trio tonight.
That's cool.
Bassy sent Chad a T-shirt. He didn't even get that. That's
true.
So I have another example of the different presentations, but the difference is marginal. So that's a 70s Van Gelder. Yeah. Also pretty cheap. I think it was price was F. That's a 70s Van Gelder.
Okay.
That's a 45 Analog Productions.
Beautiful.
That's fancy.
This one sounds amazing.
Show the inner session photos. If you show MMJ, you got to show session.
It's an MMJ. It's
my MMJ is blank. It's a test pressing SRX.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But but the difference is marginal. It's not so big. The reissues are better than the 70s. I never heard an original, but it's just when it comes to the SRX and the 45s, it's just barely noticeable. So, I think in that sense of having multiple copies, I like having those, but if we only have one, it sounds good. This was a well-recorded record anyways.
Which is the best one out of all of them, Felipe?
I like the SRX better.
Now I want to make a fool of Mike right now. Because he's posing this question. And I know in your collection you have multiple copies of an album.
I do.
Why aren't you showing them?
They're 2 OGs. They're not reissues.
What are they?
I'll show you. It's recent, and the only reason why I got them is because the second one was insanely priced. Like I got it for close to nothing. Hold on, let me make myself big. And it's a great record. And also the reason is because the mono copy I had didn't sound very good, and the stereo doesn't sound good either. So Kraft, please just reissue it. There's definitely more you can get from the tapes.
Oh,
this is my original Sam Jones mono. It has masking tape at the top here, and it is the 72 millimeter deep groove, so the small label deep groove OG mono. It's beautiful, but I mean, and it's clean, but it just I don't know, it just doesn't sound that great. I mean, it sounds like it's like recorded in like a hallway. So when this came up for a very affordable price, this is the stereo, black label, 100 milligram deep groove. I grabbed it, and it is different, but it still suffers from a lot of the sonic like deficiencies as the mono. So I'm sure that the master tape sounds good. I have a lot of Riversides that don't sound so good, even though the music is, some of my favorite jazz, music. So anyway, that's one that I have both, but there was kind of a reason why I kept seeking that one.
Yeah.
Well, I have an OG of Dexter Gordon, 2 Flights Up, and I have the Tone Poet. They're both different listens to me.
Well, that's the other thing. It's like that Quiet Kenny mono I listened to today. That first song, Lotus Flower or Lotus Blossom, it's so good. I would love to hear how it sounds in stereo just for fun.
We'll buy it. It's only $40.
Yeah, but I could buy another record that I don't have, so that's what I always will defer to.
But you could also buy it for $40.
And I can buy my wife flowers.
Mono, and then buy
My wife real flowers.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, Elliot earlier mentioned that he would buy that if he could get it at retail. You can, Elliot. The Kenny Dorham stereo version is available at Acoustic Sounds right now.
That's 40. It's $40. It's you know what? Get that album, Elliot. Buy that album. It's so worth it.
Really worth
it. It might be. I have most of them. The best sounding one is the Bags Groove, but that Quiet Kenny is pretty close to that.
Yeah.
It's very good.
Yeah, that's a cool thing about mono. If you play like Bags Groove, you can kind of hear the musician stepping in and out of the mic. It's so cool. You got that impression.
What did y'all think of Chad's top 20 video for the Prestige series that he put out last week?
It kind of now it has a stigma on it because he didn't address that Michael 45 did a video.
Yeah.
Then it could have just stood on its own. Instead, it's like a clapback video. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I thought he did mention Michael 45.
He did.
No, he did. I'm saying he should have just put out his top 20.
Yeah.
Instead, it was a response to Michael 45. So now it's always going to be secondary to Michael's.
Yeah, but Rob, we did a live stream on Prestige Tips and Tricks, which was a direct response to Michael 45 and Chad to put them both down.
But you're a shitty little channel compared to Michael 45. No one saw that one.
That was actually, I was thinking like maybe there's like a bunch of Prestige. So that just happened to be kind of a cool thing, but that was not intentional at all. That was just, I got that record and I wanted to do that video.
Okay.
Well, you know what, Mark Glassman? I'm tired of you.
Leave Mark.
It's 1 flight up. Okay. You know what? It's 2 flights up because I have 2 copies of it. So that's how I recognize it.
Me too. So
question here I'm trying to find. Hang on.
So Joe, do you have any doubles, any duplicates of a record that you
I'm trying to think. Let me think. I think the one that stands out to me, I have 3 copies of A Love Supreme. So I have the first copy I bought was a Speaker's Corners, like audiophile German pressing from like the early 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
And I had that for a while, and then I was able to find a early 70s stereo that was like it was like the pressing right after the Van Gelder stamp was no longer kind of used as part of the release. So I have an early 70s stereo, and then this past summer I was able to find an original mono. So
the early 70s stereo, is that black and red? Is that the 72?
Yeah, and it was
those sound good.
Yeah, and I think it's either like a 70 or a 71, and it's like the one where it still has like the made in USA or something as part of like the bottom of the label, but the ABC and Impulse kind of part like labels at the top are like separated.
Yeah.
So it's like that pressing after, but it sounds amazing. And
I'm sorry, did you say it's stereo or mono?
it's stereo. It's
My
stereo.
my buddy got a second pressing stereo. We went back and listened to it on his. He has like an incredible system, and it sounded incredible. And, Train is to your left, right? He's standing over to your left when you listen on stereo, and it's just like he's so in front of the band, like he's right on the stage. It just was incredible. It's great.
Yeah, and I mean, and they always say like when you listen to records that in some, depending on the record, you kind of have like this like spiritual moment almost where you're just like taken aback and you have to like sit down and just take it all in. And when I first heard A Love Supreme, because I was kind of late to the party with A Love Supreme. That wasn't one of the first jazz records I found. It almost took like 2 years for me to actually listen and kind of embrace that record. But when I heard that the first time, it was just like this amazing experience. And then when I got the mono this past summer, I mean, it was one step higher than that. So that was I think that's the only one that I have that I can think of right now that I have more than one of. I mean, but there are some records like Green Street, Grant Green. I have
that's a great
the one with that terrible cover from like 1970, the one that has like
it's
like
the
a
LT?
street sign
The LT?
of it. What'd you say, Felipe?
Is it an LT?
No, it's before. It was the like that teal label, like 1970, like that Liberty UA label.
Yeah.
So I have that. I think that was the only pressing that was like in the 70s, and it was on that alternate cover that I think they tried to experiment with. Like there's like Soul Station got another real terrible cover, but I'd love to find an original of that, and that would be another one that I have a mono and a stereo of if I could find it. But yeah, so
I've got a bunch of dupes.
Yeah. So let me ask a question to everybody in the panel. Could be like a little controversial. I mean, Love Supreme is a great record, but you had to really dig into it. But it doesn't resonate on me. I mean, I like ballads much better. I like Coltrane, Duke Ellington much better. I like Dual Train much better. I like Johnny Hartman much better.
Yeah. And that Johnny Hartman ballads and Ellington were like all recorded in the same year.
Yeah, but you like it better than what?
Than Love Supreme and more of the other stuff.
Yeah, I don't have this passion for Love Supreme. It's cool, it's good, but it's not. I don't like adore it. Every
time I revisit it, I like it more.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, maybe I should listen to it more, but I like that kind of Coltrane tone better than Love Supreme.
Did you say you didn't like one of these? Which one?
I love ballads.
I'm just teasing you. I'm teasing you right now.
Yeah, I have this one, and I have an OG mono on the way. It's coming.
It's good, isn't it? Something
Oh
else.
yeah.
But this thing,
Is that the mono that you have?
Yes.
Yeah. So I bought one of these. It's still arriving. I haven't listened to the mono yet.
It's a great record.
Get ready to cry. Get ready to cry.
I think out of those records, the Ellington one is
good albums.
That Ellington one, actually, I think it's today is the 60th anniversary of it.
Which Ellington record?
The Ellington Coltrane, which is.
Oh yeah, that was great, man. I love that one.
Just, I mean, the way Duke comes in with that, it just sounds like. I was listening to somebody talk about it today, and they were like, "It sounds like it's like raining outside," and like he's playing that, and then Coltrane comes in at, what they were saying is like an octave higher, and just like completely like drizzles down, and it's beautiful.
It sounds. I remember Dan talking about the record. I think it was his favorite Coltrane record, actually. This one in Johnny Hartman, and he says that Coltrane plays in a way that's very like kind of respectful to Duke Ellington. Duke is there, and he's just like kind of filling the blanks and letting Duke lead the session.
Duke named the A Train song after him. It's Let's Take the Coltrane or whatever, whatever it is. I mean, it's the highest praise Duke could give him. He like renamed one of his most popular songs for him. Like, how could Coltrane even play in front of this?
Right.
So it's just an incredible record. Everybody,
Yeah.
You should check it out. If you have, which you probably have if you're watching us.
Can I show you guys a record that I just got recently?
Oh God.
Totally.
And
Now it's gonna make us jealous.
no, don't be jealous. Like honestly, this 245
That's
version.
her first album.
Okay.
I don't know. Like I don't know if you guys are into Nina Simone, but this
Absolutely.
45
Oh,
version-
yeah.
No.
I don't know Geo that.
The original. It's Smoke the original. I couldn't believe it.
Oh yeah.
Couldn't believe it. I don't know. And
Who
like
put out the 45 version? I haven't
She's
seen
okay.
that.
Oh yeah.
this is Acoustic Sounds. I think they did it in the what?
They did a 45 a couple years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Oh,
I think they still have the 33 version out, but this 245 LPs, like this thing is wow. I don't know.
yeah, there was a reissue of that a year or two, or it was like 2 years ago. They didn't do it. Someone else did, but it sounds really good too. The 33.
There's a German one, right, Chris? A Speaker's Corner. Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm done flexing. I just flexed out.
Yeah.
Well, I have this here,
Ooh.
and this is first of all. Okay, hold on. Can I make
Can you
myself
help,
type?
Mike?
Yeah, can you help me out?
Yes.
I think we double hit it. Number one, this is honestly the only record that reeks of tobacco in my collection. I can smell it right now. It's disgusting.
Smell it real quick. You take a nice big whiff.
I don't need to. It reeks. It smells really terrible. So this is Nina Simone Mono, OG Bethlehem. I got it for a very good price. I even have the receipt in there still.
Right.
And it's deep groove mono. It plays, I should put it through the ultrasonic now that I have one. I mean, it looks pretty clean. There's a scratch. There's a couple scratches on it. I would say it's like VG, but it sounds really good. And yeah, this even smells like smoke. But Jason, another Bethlehem to look out for, which is cool, is this. This is another Bethlehem vocal. It's Peggy Connolly.
Wow.
It has Burt Goldblatt.
Girl.
Looks, it's just a great cover. I love that cover. It's like, it reminds me of Audrey Hepburn a little bit, like in I forget, with I think I forget who it is. But anyway, this is a promo copy, deep groove mono. It's really good.
I'm trying on that one.
Backstage forever.
Yeah, it was cold back here, and I was scared.
Sorry, Rob. All right, that was my microflex.
Is that the Nina Simone you should get? Because I don't have any of her stuff.
That's the one you should get for sure.
I don't know if that's one you should get or not, but it's good.
So the story behind it is, and Jason, let me know if this is wrong, but she was a studying classical piano player, and she went in and did a session with Bethlehem, and she just did like one session. They gave her $2,000 for it, and then this became like a huge seller that made Bethlehem a lot of money, and she got none of it.
Mm-hmm.
So they put out a second follow-up, which she didn't. It was basically just the tracks that were not released on this. And the cover looks very similar because those were the only pictures they had of her. She did not support the second version of this. I think Jason's going to grab it.
Yeah, I've got that one too. It's really good.
Yeah, but, this is like this is really. I mean, there's a lot of good Nina Simone. There's the one with the blue cover on Verve. I forget the name of it. It's something blues, but there's a lot of good Nina Simone. But this is a great one.
Let me see here. I mean, which one is? Oh yeah, that's exactly the one I have. I think.
Yeah. What's your favorite, Jason?
Showing this earlier, Rob, like Acoustic Sounds, they did a 245 LP version of the stereo, and this thing's phenomenal. Like, this is just great.
Did they also do it in 33?
Yes, they did.
They didn't, did they?
Yeah, they did. It's still affordable too. But the 45 is a bit harder to get, but this thing is, I don't know. I read so many reviews and I almost didn't get it until somebody did a video and they were playing the 45 and I was like, oh no, like just phenomenal,
Yeah. Yeah, no, her piano in it and her vocals are incredible on it.
Yes.
Sounds like nobody else. It's just
Is
really...
that have her big song on it?
Which one? Love You Porgy?
I'm Feeling Good. Isn't that her biggest song?
I love you, Porgy.
Years for me is her biggest one, right? That was in a Levi's commercial.
Which one?
My baby just cares for me.
I thought it was, and I'm feeling.
I think that's later.
Did that song?
That's a horrible rendition.
Mazzy would know. Mazzy, come on up.
Hey,
and-
you know what, Chris? That spinning record is driving me nuts.
Hold on.
Okay, dig this though. Here's a little more information on this record. So they did do a 33. I found it, but if you want one, it's $100. So good luck. The version I have, which is really good. Let me find who did it. Hang on. Damn it! Now I've lost it.
The 33 of acoustic sounds is $100.
Yeah. But the one I have BMG put out. Let's see.
But was that part of like when they did the Booker Irvin?
It came out in September of 2021, right? And
All
you
right,
can
so-
get $30 on Discogs, so it's a good copy.
It's like the ones that they're putting out now.
It was
Like-
yeah. Well, no, it was. This one is mastered by Kevin Gray, pressed at RTI.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it's $30.
What and the one that Acoustic Sounds did was it Ryan K. Smith or?
I have no idea, but it's $100. So those are good. Now, there's a lot of good Nina Simone though. Like that, she's got a couple records in the Acoustic Sound series. The Pastel Blues, which is great. I Put a Spell on You is good. Yeah, those are the ones I have. And I've got a Speaker's Corner.
I'm waiting for this one to come acoustic sound series.
Yes.
Yeah. That's gonna be good.
Is that the mono?
That's a mono OG. It doesn't sound good. It does not sound good.
Yeah.
So the stereo that's coming May 26th, right?
Yeah, I'm really hoping for this one because the music is beautiful, but this pressing is not great.
Yep.
Here's a question about Jack. Does Michael 45 know jazz? And just asking her, is he just a collector? I don't. So
Oh, pleasure.
he loves music, man. He loves music. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he's like a jazz expert or not. I'm certainly not. But
What'll be interesting because Chris, I'm going to Den Bosch in April. I'm going to meet up with him and Stunty, so we'll find out for sure.
nice.
Cool. Very
You should grill him on camera. Yeah.
I feel like the plot of Hostel might happen.
Oh, it'll be fun,
You should definitely consider the Acoustic Sounds version of Bags Groove.
Mhm.
The Analog Productions version. Sorry.
Why don't you come up to Seattle in June?
That's
I'm
when-
trying to. Yeah, I'm planning to. Like, we'll see what happens. So it'll be fun. I think what is that? That's like near the end of June, right? That's when.
Yeah, I think it's like the 23rd through the 25th or something.
Are you guys going to spend more time at the?
I gotta go, guys.
All right.
Okay.
That was a quick goodbye.
Yeah.
Mazzy's in the comments. I'm putting you a link. I'm sorry.
I think I'm gonna go with Mazzy and smother people with pills and take their collections.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's all. I have no plans, but we have passes to the show, and
Jason, I have a want list for your trip if you could find anything because you're coming back to New York, right?
Yeah. So I'll drop by New York. Hopefully, you're not looking for European jazz, are you?
Well, no, I don't know. Honestly,
For Black Sabbaths.
no, I'm looking for like Muse. There's a Clifford Jordan Night at the Mark 7 that I want. That's really
Dude, give me a break. Of course,
he has a list of 50 records for you, Jason,
He has a list of records that cost $300 that he wants you to go find for $10.
and he wants you to get the mono, the stereo, and the new reissue.
Well, actually, what are good European jazz labels? There's obviously Steeplechase, and then there's
Timeless.
ECM.
Yeah.
ECM. So, Jason, if you see good deals, that might be a good some good jazz to pick up while you're out there.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like that last time they had the Den Bosch like videos, they were kind of showing more like obscure stuff, and it was really expensive. I'm trying to bring it back, like to find deals, things that are worth, like even if it's common, at least you can get it for a good deal there,
Yeah.
Yes, true, Steve. True.
I've heard like the U.S. Blue Notes are like incredibly expensive there because it's obviously you're
Yeah.
paying.
Well, the thing is, I thought about bringing some records and just be like, "Yo, anybody want this?" And then like have people just tackle me,
Hey, Chris, can you highlight Stunty's comment?
Which one? Which hurtful comment do you want me to highlight?
The one that says what size bed? Because I picture when he comes to visit, all three of them will only get a check like those dresser drawers with beds in them. Was that in the Three Stooges?
Oh shit.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
hey, I saw somebody said they have the. Oh yeah, check this out. Mark Glassman has the Night of the Mark 7.
Yeah,
And that's my record first, man. I'm the one that showed you that record, so
Which
Oh,
record?
your
I
thing
like-
that you wanted. Come on.
fine. You know what? Yes, I agree. That is your record first.
So whenever we find a $300 copy of it, we can both.
Oh, speaking of your dudes, Dexter Gordon
Yes.
Yes. What's up?
celebrating this year his 100th birthday, right?
Right.
So they're going to do some concerts all around. I think it's all TBD right now, but they launched a website. Dexter Gordon's Instagram is promoting it. I think they're going to do a lot of Dexter Gordon shows around the country.
But who's going to do it?
Some band?
It's all TBD. I mean, the website doesn't have too much on it, but it sounds like it's really focused on promoting his music through live concerts. So I think they're looking just for people to jump on and kind of participate.
Jack, you should go play with them, man.
Yeah. Yeah, Dexter's old, and he would have been almost as old as I am. Jeez.
All right.
You know, I was mapping out my drive to Tennessee because we are moving, as most of you know.
Yes.
And one of the routes I can go right through Salina.
Oh, well, you should.
Do it.
So
He'll
maybe,
give you a tour. He'll give you a tour.
yeah, I just have a list of stuff that I want him to look at the press. I would love him to repress the Shelly Man at the Blackhawks, the four records, in a box. Wouldn't it be great in a box?
Now he has repressed at least one of those. I know.
Yeah, but I mean, as a set in a nice box for all you folks who like box sets, right?
You know, Kraft can do that themselves. What are you doing there? What do we got? Oh, that's what.
Remember that episode of Seinfeld? That's what it's from.
Okay.
Where you had the Chinese guys sleep in the dressers.
Yeah.
That's great. That's great.
No, I agree, Jack. You know, Kraft could do that though. They're putting out these box sets like we got the Dexter.
Yeah, I mean, somebody on. I was listening to one of those the other night, and my big find this week, and it's, I can't dig through stuff because I'm in the middle of packing, but I found a sealed copy, original of Eastern Rebellion.
Oh,
So,
nice.
Oh,
I think I'm going to wait till I get to Tennessee to hear that and not
You
push
could
it.
just send it to me and I'll check it out for you. I mean, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
I have a copy of it. Let me know, and we'll do a listening session.
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of that album.
No, well, you know, it's okay. You know,
Yeah.
You know,
It's
I have a question for you guys, and I don't know how many, and I keep, you guys are so good and knowledgeable and know so much. So I don't know how many of you may be or have anything to do with playing a musical instrument, but how did you guys get so well versed in jazz?
Well, first of all, I would appreciate you saying that. I don't think any of us are probably, but
Well, no, you are. You really are. I mean, I'm still learning, but
you know, Jack, you watch the videos that I've been doing with these guys,
yeah,
where we do these kind of dives in real time.
yeah.
I think that's more an illustration of how we learn stuff
You
than
know,
what we know.
Yeah.
Because we're at the bottom level of knowledge, I think.
Hold on. Now, Joe, do you play an instrument?
No, not really. I mean, I could play the piano, but no, not really.
Jason, you are a musician.
Yeah.
So like
record coming out,
I
man.
have to say, like, Jason's, if you're like an actual like putting out records musician, you're probably at a different level than I am.
Well, like Jack, I had friends like they were like 5 years older than me, and they were also musicians. And again, we listened to a lot of reggae and jazz at their place, you know.
Yeah.
So that's how I kind of got into jazz and stuff like that.
I'm just blown away that you guys really. I mean, and I'm not just trying to be, what's the word, patronizing here, but you really. I mean, I learned so much from you guys, and you know, I thought I knew a lot. And I don't. Man, I only know.
Probably know more than us.
Well, yeah, it doesn't matter, but I'm still
I don't
learning.
know. I mean, Jack, your videos are pretty. I mean,
While I was eating dinner and listening to you guys.
yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I feel like your channel like is pretty. You're pretty knowledgeable in terms of your musicians, the labels that you promote. Like you're doing, what's the series with?
I did Pablo, and
You did Pablo,
I'm
But
doing Phil
you're
Woods.
doing what's his name? The tenor sax, the alto sax player.
Phil Woods.
Good,
Oh,
bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna do at least one more probably tomorrow or Monday, and maybe I might even have to do 3. In fact, yesterday I just got a very clean, almost mint copy of Phil Woods at the Showboat, which is a double album. I can't remember who did the mastering, but it was one of the big name guys, and it's a great record. I'm going to listen to that tonight. But I guess I should say thank you, but you guys are just. It's just so great to learn.
You know what, Jack? I think it has a lot to do with we're talking about stuff you're interested in.
Well,
It seems like we know what we're talking about.
Not all the time, but there's stuff that I maybe should be interested in that you bring to into my world.
Yeah, I would just say I'm a complete novice. I feel like one thing that is easy to learn about if you just focus on it is all the pressing stuff. But if you actually focus on the music, that's really what I'm like. I'm at the absolute bottom. I mean, when I speak about like what these musicians are doing, their time signatures, how they're interacting, I mean, it's like I am like
it's a complex music. I'm a photographer now, and in fact, I on my website was jackgrahamphoto.com. I just did an article on my blog about how, and there's a lot of links and stuff that institutions like MIT and some other colleges did studies on jazz musicians, and they came up with the idea that jazz musicians have the ability to use both sides of their brain at the same time, which is really hard to do, the technical side and the creative side.
Mm-hmm.
And there's links to these studies and everything. I just did this article. Jazz is such a, it's to a lot of people, it's a musician's music. It's not. It can be difficult to listen to if you're, and sometimes I listen to something and instead of appreciating the music, I hear something and I go, oh wow! I said, that's a flat, a flat 9, and I'm listening to the technical end of things instead of listening to the music and appreciating just how great the music is. And,
Joe, just to build on this, Joe, how did you kind of come to appreciate musicians and the stuff that you're interested in?
I mean, very early on, I watched like tunes from the Man Cave. Chris, I don't know if any of you guys watched him. He hasn't really done much as of recently, but he brought up a good point that jazz is somewhat of a unique genre in that you can kind of pinpoint a certain artist or a certain set of artists, and you could find, for the most part, multiple albums, and in some cases even more, 50 plus different albums with that specific artist on it. And so I built up kind of an understanding of jazz and what I liked through listening to Blue Note records like Midnight Blue, Kenny Burrell. I found like Stanley Turrentine, and then when I found Stanley Turrentine, I found some other players that he was with, and just kind of building on that. But one thing, and Jack, you were kind of talking about where this knowledge came from. At least for me, I've always been very interested in jazz from the perspective of like pressings and just the variants and things like that. That's always really been something that's fascinated me. And really for me, the motivation to become knowledgeable on jazz has been just being burned over the years on buying something that you think is a good value, and then you come to find that it's just kind of a shitty pressing, or it was on recycled vinyl. I know that was a topic with one of the videos last week, the one that like Mike had kind of led, and just kind of getting burned and spending too much money on something, and then the product that you get doesn't even allow you to really enjoy the music because you're fixated on the fact that it's on recycled vinyl, or that it's a really poorly transferred record from CD to vinyl, or whatever it happens to be.
Wait,
so,
I don't mean it.
It's funny, I'm old enough to remember. I mean, when I was getting into jazz when I was a kid, Blue Note and Prestige, they were nothing. They were just these little labels.
Hey,
It was
wait a
little-
second. Is Mazzy and Coffee Dave having a therapy session? I don't know what's going on.
Hey guys, welcome Coffee Day for the first time.
Cheers. Yeah. Drinking
Hey,
non-alcoholic beer. Here you go. Yeah.
Hey, Dave, tell us
Yeah.
what upset you about Mazzy, okay?
What upsets me about Mazzy?
Oh.
Well,
Didn't you try to kill him with a sack of wrenches or something?
It was a plastic, it was a metal box within a bag that slid off the roof. Yeah, and then they missed Mazzy, fortunately, but they tagged his windshield.
Dave, when you say it, you're supposed to use air quotes.
Yes.
You know,
It fell off the roof.
Yeah. No, there was no OSHA filing, no L&I. Just some inanimate objects that were inadvertently damaged by accident, namely a windshield.
Now, Coffee Dave, you are a legend in the VC. We all know that you have the DeFore Fidelity speakers, which are the coolest.
Yes.
And what is your approach to jazz? Do you have a big jazz collection? Are you a jazz guy?
Yeah, I've got a lot of jazz stuff. I don't know. I guess, runs the gambit of, like you guys were talking about, a lot of Blue Note stuff and a lot of Columbia, a lot of even stuff that's, I don't know, Impulse, VJ, ESP. I mean, the list goes on. There's but like the other person was saying too, the reissues are pretty ubiquitous, and some of them aren't that great. But at the same time, I don't know. I kind of define it by label too. Columbia is always, their pressings are great. I mean, obviously the catalog's, ridiculous, and same with Impulse. Same with I don't know. There's so much of it, And so I'm very much into that, in newer and older pressings too. It doesn't. It could be anything. Got some Mosaic ones that are my favorite. The box sets that they. I mean, as far as the collectible stuff goes, I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot of it. So yeah,
nice,
cool.
You want to talk about Nina Simone, Mazzy?
Yeah, you're talking about Nina Simone. This is the one that got me into Nina Simone. Now, this is probably her most pop album. But remember, she was a classical piano player, but she started out doing, I think it was for Cool Picks or whatever, very, very pop, very kind of commercial singles. But this album, when I was, 17, 18, I worked at this law firm when I was in college, a couple of days a week, and the office manager, this black woman from London, turned me on to Miles Davis and Nina Simone. And this is a pop record, and it's called Here Comes the Sun. So she covers the Beatles song. She does Just Like a Woman. But it's a really beautiful version. It's not jazzy, but it's very folky, soulful. And it's a fantastic record. So it's a commercial record, but it's really good. RCA records. Her RCA stuff's great.
Great cover too.
What I was showing before, I have an original of this.
Yes.
And then I just noticed in this collection that I'm selling, there's another one, and this one is stamp promo. The label is not, but it's in beautiful shape. So this will be available in the sale unless I decide to swap them out. But they're probably both just about the same LP.
It's shipping to Phoenix, Arizona.
That's
Well, I can sell it to you.
That's right. Sell and give.
These aren't mine.
4 letters.
These are not my records to give away this time. So. But Nina Simone's great, and there's a few little labels she was on, and I have a couple of CD box sets that are great. As I wrote in the comments before, she was bipolar. A lot of people didn't know what bipolar was in those days, so they thought she was kind of crazy. She would pretty much berate these white audiences, these rich white audiences at some of her shows. And she wrote Young, Gifted, and Black that Aretha Franklin covered and had a hit with,
What's up, Mark? Welcome to the show, man.
Yeah, Mark.
Hello. I got to stop lurking in the peanut gallery and join you guys.
So tell us, I saw your comment. You said your dad was a jazz musician, so you've been listening to jazz your whole life?
Yeah. So my father was a professional jazz. He was a drummer. And we're from Toronto, so he played. I don't know if you know, Ed Bickert and musicians like that, Mo Kaufman and guys like that. I'd wake up on a Sunday morning, maybe in my basement jamming with my dad. I used to go to the clubs with him when he played as a kid. I didn't know there was any other kind of music other than jazz growing up. That's all we listened to in the house. So I remember walking to junior high with my little yellow Sony Sports Walkman on, listening to John Coltrane, and people asked what I was listening to. And other people in grade 8 had no idea who John Coltrane was. They were asking why I wasn't listening to Duran Duran.
Oh, man.
So yeah, jazz is it's been a constant in my life for almost 52 years now. Yeah.
Weren't the older white jazz drummers Jewish?
Yeah, a few of them.
John Friedman, yeah, really good.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I grew up. My father played a lot around Toronto. Played a lot in New York and Chicago. He played with Mel Torme a bit in Chicago. He played with some big guys in the States, but never really recorded. He was always he was a club player. And yeah, so jazz is my thing. Yeah.
Did he play for your bar mitzvah?
No, but the bar mitzvah band was not a bar mitzvah band. He had all his jazz musician friends playing, so I had a pretty cool band at my bar mitzvah.
Wow. See, there you go.
Very cool. Mark, did you pick up anything new this week?
Not this week, but last week I found a few. I just have most of my records are upstairs in the office, but I just have my stereo in the living room, so I have a few down here. But I can show you what I've been listening to. Some of my favorites.
Absolutely.
Let's get you.
First of all, this is an everyday thing for me. I know Felipe was saying he didn't. Some people aren't into it, but this to me is the air that I breathe. I've been listening to this almost every day since I was 10 years old.
Oh wow!
It's an incredible album. I have so many copies of it. I can't keep track. But this is some of my favorite ones I have just down here. This is Jackie McLean, Soul.
That's cool. Yeah, that's a cool one.
That's a great cover.
So I've been listening to jazz so long. I don't want to say got tired of, but I'm kind of away from the bop and the hard bop. Mm-hmm. I'm more about the kind of outside stuff. Like Fred Putterman always calls it. What do you call it? He had a good name for it. It's the outside stuff on the 60s, late 50s, early 60s, starting to go outside. So that's what
Who does Jackie play? Who does Jackie play with on that?
This one has one sec, sorry. This is not the usual guys you see on Blue Note. It's Lamont Johnson, Scotty Holt, Rashid Ali on drums, Barbara Simmons on vocals, Gracia Moncour on trombone.
Oh wow.
Woody Shaw on trumpet, so it's a little different. It's a little different session. Yeah.
That's
is it about 69 or 70? Is that what is that?
Yeah,
no 70s. I think it's past 70s, man. I have this.
Yeah, it's like 72, I think.
Yeah, it's not the typical McLean. If you're expecting a McLean record, it's not going to be it.
It's not it. It's a little different.
There's vocals, everything. Yeah,
I'm gonna check that out. Cool.
This is another one I've been listening to a lot. Lee Morgan's Sixth Sense, really good album.
That's phenomenal. I love it.
Yeah, love it. One of my favorite Andrew Hill's, Compulsion.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah, that's great.
Good stuff.
You don't see that one. I never see that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to find. Hopefully they'll do a classic of it at least, or a tone poet. This is another one. This is on Soul Note. Mal Waldron, The Seagulls of Christian Sand. This is an absolutely gorgeous album that never gets its due on. I never see anyone talking about this one. I know Nicole in the Peanut Gallery is a big fan of this label and this album. We've talked about it before. But there's a song on here called The Seagulls of Christian Sand. It's basically the whole side. It's about 20 minutes, and it's an absolute beautiful composition.
What's the label?
This one is Woody Shaw, Charlie Rouse, Mal Waldron, Reggie Workman, and Ed Blackwell.
Oh wow,
it's an interesting.
Really good stuff.
Yeah, I mean anything Mal Waldron, just get it.
Yeah. Another one. I'm a Sonny Simmons fan. This is one of my favorite albums of all time.
Cool.
Nice.
This is an OG.
What is that?
I actually met Sonny Simmons. I was on a vacation to Paris with my wife, and he was playing in a small club there. So I went to see him, and there was like 20 seats in the place. My knees were against the stage, and it was him, Bobby Few on piano, Sonny Murray on drums. It was like legends in this small little dive bar in Paris. And at the intermission, I sat at the bar with him. I bought him a few beers, and we chatted about John Coltrane, all these guys he played with. It was amazing. It was a really big moment.
I've never even heard of Sonny Simmons. I feel like an idiot now.
Sorry?
So I've never even heard of Sonny Simmons, and now I feel stupid.
No, don't. I mean, like he was an obscure guy. I shouldn't say obscure. He was a free jazz guy, but he left the U.S. He was homeless for a while. He just had a rough life. Like he was a lot of racism when he was from the South. He got chased out of him and his family were chased away from their land by KKK at gunpoint. And just he had a rough life, a lot of trauma in his life, and came out in his music. But interesting guy, really nice man. When I met him, really, really nice. Yeah. So I have a few others too, but I don't have to show all to you. But yeah.
Stunny says those are expensive records.
Sorry?
Stunny is saying those are expensive records.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, they are now. I've been collecting for years, so when I bought them, they weren't. But yes, as I go into Discogs and I see some of the stuff, it's pretty crazy. But yeah.
Okay. So you
also
have,
Joe Henderson. Sorry.
You have that the record the who is it? That Clifford Jordan record me and Mike were talking about.
Yeah, Mark 7. It's upstairs somewhere. I've got a big pile. I've got it in my office upstairs. I have most of my records. I just keep a few down here as I'm listening. So
what does that sound like? I haven't heard it.
Does sound quality or music wise?
Just music wise.
Oh, it's excellent. He does a really good version of. There's a song called John Coltrane on there.
Mm-hmm.
That's the best version. There's also one on the Descendants of Mike and what's it called?
Mike and Phoebe.
Descendants of Mike and Phoebe, I think it's called. There's another version on there that's really good, but this to me is the best version of it. It's a good album. It's not outside or anything like that. It's pretty straight ahead. I'd say it's a hard bop session.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's good. And it's funny how that's expensive now. I used to see that in like $5 all the time in the record store. It was always in the $5 bin.
That Descendants of Mike and Phoebe one?
No, the Mark 7.
Oh, well, the Descendants of Mike and Phoebe, that is also a really expensive record.
Yeah, I have an OG of that, but it's not in great shape. I bought the, I think Pure Pleasure came out with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I bought that one. Yeah.
Okay.
Also, I like Joe Henderson. These two are my favorite Joe Hendersons. In Japan,
Yeah.
there's a really good version of Around Midnight on here.
We've got too many people.
And another one, you don't see much, but Joe Henderson multiple. This is a really good record. Skirts on the outside edges. Joe Henderson, that's how he plays. He's really on the outside.
I just got that Tone Poet live at the Village Vanguard, and it's like insanely good. Who does he play with on that?
This one is it's Joe Henderson, Larry Willis, Dave Holland, Jack DeJohnette, James Ulmer on guitar. It's a little different kind of thing for him.
James Blood Ulmer, huh?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm very disappointed in you, Mark Glassman. You should know that off the top of your head.
Why?
You should know who's on that record without looking at it.
I know. You know what? Like I've had a really rough week.
Your records are upstairs, and is your record player down here or no?
Yeah, I'm in my living room. In my office upstairs. I have like my record shelves, but I have like a pile down here.
You have like those in-wall lazy Susan Butlers that bring the records up and down in the wall, like No.
You know what? We just did a reno, and I asked for that, but we didn't go for it. My wife didn't.
Billy
go
Harper.
Okay. It is another good one. Billy Harper in Europe.
Hold on, it's big.
That's
You got him, Chris?
That's a great record.
All of Billy Harper stuff is hard to get, I feel like.
Sorry. I'm pulling a Jason on you.
That's great, man. That's awesome, man.
And this is another one. This is on the Nessa label out of Chicago. Fred Anderson, Missing Link. It's a really good one.
I don't know that one either. I don't know that guy.
And Coltrane wise, this is another one I love. Stellar Regions. It was when they released later.
Yeah.
This is a really good.
Posthumous, right?
I never seen this one.
Really great stuff.
Yeah.
This one was released way after his death, but I think it didn't come out until like 2000.
That's a
It was
beautiful cover.
like 1995. Alice Coltrane found it in her basement.
Yeah.
That was a great record. Yeah.
Good stuff. And one more, just
So this is
the last Lee Morgan, the Memorial one. Love this album.
Yes.
Great artist on this one too.
This is exactly what I was saying. You see, I mean, you guys, what I just learned is incredible. Thank you, Mark. And
No problem. Listen, I learn. We're all learning every day, right? Like, there's stuff that I really know a lot about. Like, it's funny. I sometimes go to Patrick's because I'm not a rock guy, but I listen to Patrick's stuff, and I end up buying so many records off listening to his sessions there too. Because like I said, like rock to me is kind of. I got into it, but not really a lot. I was always jazz and blues, right? So, I had no idea who Jimi Hendrix was when I was in junior high, but I knew every jazz musician who was playing on it, So, but we all have our own thing, right? We all have our wheelhouse, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, Jimi Hendrix was big friends with Miles Davis, right?
Yeah. Well, that's what I learned when I started getting to the later Miles Davis stuff. That wasn't kind of allowed in my house. That to my father wasn't jazz. Like Bitches Brew is not really a jazz album according to him. So listen, that's fine. Like everyone has their own taste. He's old school jazz, right? Like he's Charlie Parker, bebop, hard bop stuff. So which is fine. That's his era, right? So yeah.
I haven't listened to this yet. It just came in this week, though. I'm so happy about it.
Oh, it sounds great. I have an OG, and the is much better.
Mazzy, you showed that on Steve Westman's stream.
Is that better than the OG, Felipe?
I think it is.
I think so.
It's different. The thing is, saying better, it's different.
It's not like
original records are great. They're great. I mean, I don't know about better. It's different. It's more modern. I mean, that when you say more modern, people think that's a bad thing. It's probably fuller. It's probably better created for our stereos today than the 1970 version.
Yeah, I have a beautiful copy with beautiful ringware. This is
I have an OG of it.
Yeah, I have
This is a Columbia 360.
I have a 360.
I'm good with it.
The original Columbia pressings are really nice.
That was the last year of Two Eyes, right?
No, this was a 360.
But the 1970
OG is 2i.
Yeah,
the OG is 2i. I just found the Mofi sounds bigger, more spacious, more open, clearer.
I'm excited to listen to it, and we'll take a couple edibles and turn.
Well, I heard Mike wants to get 3 copies of it. Did it come in mono?
Yeah.
Special promo mono copy.
Yeah.
Can I just respond to Jay? Sorry, can I just respond to JE on here? He was asking if I didn't mention, because my father was a jazz drummer in Canada, why I didn't mention Neil Peart from Rush. Yes. So that's one of the bands I did know about when I was a kid. Rush is one of those bands I listened to. And it's funny, I got my father into Rush after going to he used to have, back in the day, he was in the Musicians Union. So they'd have these trade shows for union members, and you'd go there and they have all the new products and, musicians having sessions and doing workshops and things like that. And we were walking around, and I heard in the distance a drummer playing, obviously putting on a workshop or something. And I said to my dad, "That's Neil Peart. Like Neil Peart has a very specific sound, the way he plays." So I was listening. I'm like, "That's Neil Peart. Let's go." So I ran over around the corner. I come around the corner, and here's a little old white-haired man on a 4-piece kit playing drums. So I looked at my dad. I said, "This guy must be a Neil Peart fan. He's playing exactly like him." So after he was finished, I said to him, "Are you a big fan of Neil Peart?" He goes, "Oh, I taught Neil Peart when he was 10 years old."
Nice.
This jazz drummer. That's why Neil Peart was always like into jazz and got back into jazz and drumming. But so I met this guy and I started looking him up, and it turns out he taught Neil Peart when he was 9 or 10 in this small town outside of Toronto, in the drum and bugle corps. He was his snare drum teacher. So I was like, now I know where he got his sound. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then my father said, "Okay, now I have to listen to Rush." So I actually got my dad into listening to Rush, and he appreciated Neil Peart as a musician. Didn't like the music so much, but he appreciated the musicianship.
It always amazes me, how many drummers.
Someone's got sound on.
I'm sorry, Felipe. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
You're good. There was just an echo. There was some feedback. You're okay now.
I was going to say it's amazing to me how many jazz drummers that I've known and know that are so they're so conversant in other instruments. A lot of them can write and arrange, and a lot of them play piano. And you think of a drummer just playing drums, and but man, they know. In fact, Jack DeJohnette is a really good piano player. That's one of the reasons that
Tony Williams went back and studied composition in the 80s.
Yeah.
That's why
he's really bad at recording concerts from his school.
When he came back to Blue Note in 85 and all those records he did from 85 until he died, some people find them too mellow or too easy, but he was writing a lot of stuff and they were more sort of melodic and not as driving as the quote Tony Williams everyone knows. He was composing, and he composed things like for the Kronos Quartet and other artists too. So
Yeah, it's just so much cool stuff to talk about. And
Yep.
So
He
guys,
kinda
I
did
gotta,
the fusion
I'm gonna
thing, too.
hop
Yeah,
off in a
really
second,
fun.
but I just wanted to show one last thing before I
Okay.
go.
Yes.
So I found this is a record I found this week. I had never really known anything about it, but it's Albert Ayler, the last album.
Nice.
It's interesting because he actually plays the bagpipes on one of the tracks. So you don't really think of that as being a jazz instrument, but it kind of works. It's not like over the top ridiculous or anything, but this is, I mean, kind of free jazz, early 70s, Albert Ayler. It's nothing too wild. There's one track that has some vocals on it as well, but yeah, bagpipes. And
well, hey, J.E., there's a jazz artist who plays the bagpipes.
Hold on.
really?
Hold on. This is a record I'm familiar with. I just pulled up.
Rufus Harley. He
This
put
is
out
Sonny Stitt, Rufus Harley on bagpipe.
Yeah, Rufus Harley has about at least 2 or 3 bagpipe albums on Atlantic. Yeah.
I remember when 4 and More came out. When 4 and More first came out in '65, I think, or late '64. It was like an outside record for the time. People weren't ready for that. And today I don't think that's free jazz at all. It's smoking. But back then, man, it was. Listen to what Miles is doing, man. He's flipping out. You know, it's just funny to have lived through all of this. These different periods.
Well, I'm gonna say bye. I'll see you guys later.
Bye, Joe.
Hey, thanks for coming up.
Yeah, I've got to get out of here too. We're in the middle of packing. We have our open house here coming up, and
I thought you left already. Actually,
no, I'm leaving to drive on the 26th of March. But
you actually are packing up and leaving.
Oh yeah.
He's going to Tennessee.
Oh, okay. So
Are
you're
you
okay?
Are you
Gotcha.
Are you in
You're the
Puyallup?
Yeah.
That's a little bit of a drive.
Well, it's 2,500 miles, but we'll do it in 4 days and probably hit 1 million record stores, which is
nice.
But I am going to go through Salina and see if I can lock Chad in a room and take a list.
Tell him
You guys.
Tell him Mazzy sent you. See what happens.
No, you got to do a live stream. You got to do a live stream.
When I walk in, see how that goes over.
Hey, Jack, can you give him a kiss on the lips for me?
I sent him a shirt. I actually sent Chad a shirt. I never heard anything back or a thank you or anything.
You got to keep it intimate, you know. Got to keep it intimate.
Hey, Jack, make sure you revenge Mazzy by telling him to shut the F up while in the middle of the sentence. While he's talking.
Maybe you could bring Coffee Dave with you and he could drop a sack of wrenches on his head.
Neatly.
Yeah.
Not just
Mazzy, send me one of those shirts. I'll wear it when I walk in there.
There's only one. It's out of print.
It's an OG.
And it's not shameless self-promotion.
Never. Do you watch that one? You haven't watched that yet, probably.
I've watched it many times. Yeah.
Hey, Coffee Dave, do you have a "I'm with Stupid" T-shirt?
No, but I need to get one obviously now. Yeah. What happened? Yeah. Just give me some time.
I'm gonna head out, Mazzy. I'll get a hold of you. We'll have a beer.
That's fine.
See you, Jack. See you, Jack.
See you guys later.
Ciao. Yeah.
I'm gonna put Felipe backstage while he's gone.
No, hey, Jason Rojas, isn't the live at the Village Vanguard probably his most accessible album, Albert Ayler? Do you have that one?
I used to have that one, but I think like Newgrass, because it has more like some full overtones on it. That one's a bit
Because I always say,
Yeah.
to Albert Ayler.
What do you think, Lastman? Do you think that?
I agree. I think Newgrass is probably his most accessible.
On this live stream on Rachel's stream.
Recently?
6, 8.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
What's that background?
It's Mazzy and Coffee Dave gossip.
He didn't know the story about this.
Yeah, I was getting filled in on the
trying to explain
DL. Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think you.
All right.
Can you translate this in Torontoese, Mark? In Torontonian, how would you say this?
We'd say it the same way you say it.
Oh, Mark, real
just a
fast.
little more politely.
Well, Mark, I was going to say a little not jazz, but Jackie Me Too, I think, is also from Toronto, isn't he?
Yeah. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. If my dim recollection, but yeah, another when I heard Toronto for some reason. Yeah. So.
And Mike, I was going to say to Mike, I wish I knew you were coming because I would have met you and taken you to a record store in Toronto that is not, it's off the beaten path. No one knows about it. The guy doesn't sell online, and it's a little store by a guy, and he sells world-class jazz there. He's got buyers in from Japan, all over the world every day. He sells first pressing, blue notes, mint condition. Like, he tracks them down. And it's an excellent little record store. I mean, you have to go in there with a deep pocket because it's not cheap. Yeah. But he doesn't sell online, doesn't advertise, doesn't do anything. It's just, if you're in the know, you're in the know, that kind of thing.
Very interesting. Well, I'm definitely coming back up to Toronto at some point. So I'll let you know.
You should.
Yeah, sure.
Let's do spring break in Toronto then, right?
Yeah. Be careful, Lastman, because he's already dating Mike Notes and
That's true.
East Coast.
What? Well, that could be his new. That could be his New York.
You've been on 2 dates already, right?
Sorry, we're gossiping. I'm trying to fill him in what the jazz bums are. He's never met a jazz bum in person.
Okay. So can I show another one that's an OG that was a kind of disappointment?
Nope.
Go for it.
Of course. All right.
You guys have it?
Hang on. We're fighting over big.
Apologies.
What is
Bobby Timmons?
Oh no, I haven't ever seen that one.
That's a Riverside.
Okay.
Who's on there with him?
Now is that a reissue?
Oh no!
That used to be a VG plus. Now it's a G.
No. He's with the St. John's Jimmy Cobb. It's a nice trio record.
Is a Van Gelder and the Deadbacks on that one? They usually are on that one, I think.
No, that's the OG.
Wait, is that this here's Bobby Timmons? Is that a moaning on it?
Yes, that's the last track. There's Morning, there's Corcovado, you know.
Okay.
I think Mike's coming up to fight for his honor.
Yes.
I kept that one OJC Bobby Timmons. It has.
I don't know. It doesn't sound that great.
There. Yeah.
What's happening?
It doesn't sound that great, you said?
Yeah.
That's the one I have. That's the OJC. Or
yeah,
that's.
I'm gonna make this bigger. Come on. So okay. So Maz, you have the OJC. Oh, hold on.
I kept the OJC from that collection.
God. Sorry, you know what?
80.
I'm just messing this up right now. So,
But you're doing a good job of messing it up.
I just want to do LP and US and then look at which the pressings are. So we have 7 pressings. Obviously, original mono, original stereo from 1960. Mazzy, you have the OJC, which is 84.
I think so, yeah.
And then
shrink.
So maybe that. So Felipe, maybe that's a comp.
That's a different one. This is 3053.
Okay, it must be slightly different because
it's a great That's the first one I played when I got that collection.
What's up, Mike?
Yeah, it's okay. That version of Monin is very different than the art. I mean, obviously it has horns on it, but
hey, Mike, did you get off the Streetcar Named Desire?
Yeah, it's a 1970. 1970.
He was screaming Stella. He lost his
saw
voice.
that picture. I loved it.
Yeah.
He's frozen. He's frozen. You're frozen, Mike.
He's
back.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm taking off, guys. Thanks for having me up. Let me just show last
that's
last hard one here.
Get the hell out of here.
Let's just go hard here. All right. Thanks
That's pretty hard.
Thanks for coming, Jason.
Absolutely.
I'll drop by some other time and show some hotter records, right?
Sure.
To beat Mark Lastman, I can't be shot down by Mark Lastman.
Sorry.
There's always next time.
Hey, Jason, before you leave, tell Coffee Dave the name of your band.
The name of my band is Psychedelic Horseshit.
Yeah. Fantastic.
And we got music on iTunes, Spotify, and I'm in Wikipedia with that band, so it's pretty cool.
Okay, Psychedelic Horseshit.
And easy to remember too.
Well, it stood out, and that's the thing. You can't Coffee Dave. People always wondering, what does that band sound like?
You just find out. Horse shit up, dude.
It speaks for itself.
All right, see you guys.
See you, Jason.
Yeah.
I have to go because, believe it or not, there's a winter storm flash flood warning in LA. and
So
I like
you're
trying it out.
Aren't you home?
No. I'm at school.
But
Well,
the air is
come
the
back.
air is clean,
I,
so that's a good thing.
I was salting your sidewalk.
See, Rob.
No, I mean, here, look.
Your version of winter storm warning is different than mine up here.
No, well, we don't get them here, so.
But you're in Hollywood. You should be. Everyone here should be out seeing Cocaine Bear tonight. Wow.
Wow. Damn.
Life threatening. It's gonna. Yeah.
Whoa.
If this is the last you see of me, remember me well.
We will.
Just remember your snorkel and don't forget your scuba.
Drive.
And I do have a sack of wrenches in my trunk.
Oh, even better. Bundle them neatly. Make sure they're bundled neatly.
Later.
See ya.
Yeah.
It's an interesting comment.
It's got traction. It's got
Yeah.
it got legs.
Oh, God, Carolina's here.
Hey, Carolina.
Hello.
I remember a few years ago in Atlanta, they have this snow like just barely cover the roads, and the whole city went like shut down in Atlanta a few years ago.
Wow.
Kind of like here.
Well, I mean, we don't get it. It's in Texas. We only get that shit like once a year, and everything shuts down too because we just don't know how to handle it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think there's like 3 snow plows in all of Seattle. So
Yeah.
They're salting the roads now. They didn't used to do that until about 12 years ago. So no salt. That's why the cars last so long.
It's funny in Miami. If the temperature drops like around 60, people are wearing scarves.
I wore scarves in Miami when it was 60 degrees.
Yeah, it's cold for Miami. Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be like Hawaii.
yeah, but they can't. I thought you couldn't wear scarves when you're reading the kindergartners anymore in Florida. There's some.
Yeah, that's kind of dangerous, right? Yeah, let's burn the books and the whole stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're gonna go play some records, guys. But nice chatting with you.
Well, what do you got? Wait, before you go, what do you got queued up? What are you going to play first?
Nothing. We got some food. We just got back. Maybe we'll put on this Nina Simone Sings the Blues since I pulled it out. Since it's not a label promo, but it's a stamp promo, RCA.
That's nice.
And it looks good.
And I haven't heard it. There's
This
a lot.
is a great-
Like all you jazz, there's many I've not heard or seen. It's always astounding.
And this
the amount of jazz that's out there is
And
really
this
incredible.
is a.
It's amazing.
Is it a mono? It's a mono too. So we'll see.
That's cool.
We all have a good time.
Take care.
Likewise.
See you guys.
See you, Mazzy.
All right.
Hey,
I
Mike.
want to show you guys a couple albums I picked up a couple weeks ago. Actually, contemporary stuff.
Sure.
That are really good. First one is if I'm pronouncing this wrong, Indiduzo Makatini on Blue Note.
Oh, cool. I saw that.
Oh,
South
yeah.
African piano player. It's incredible. It's like really spiritual. It sounds like it was from the 60s. Like it's really good stuff.
That's cool.
Very cool.
Well recorded as well. And another one that I didn't know was coming out. It's they're called Life Cycles, volumes 1 and 2. It's honoring Bobby Hutcherson. It's a triple record.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
And it's got
I have that
Brian
one.
Blade on it, John Coward, Monty Croft, John Hart, Myron Walden. It's incredible.
So they're playing all Bobby Hutcherson compositions.
Bobby Hutcherson tunes and stuff that he played on his albums. So like there's a like Love and Hate off of what's it called, Jackie McLean's album, Destination Out.
Yes.
That Gracia Moncourt's tune. It's just really good. They play the whole Now album, and then they play a bunch of other songs that are related to Bobby Hutcherson. But
That's so
if
nice.
you're a fan of Bobby Hutcherson, this is an incredible album. It's really good. I can't stop listening to it.
Yeah, that's on Brian Blade, the drummer. That's his
Yeah.
label. That's
Stoner
his
Hill,
label.
yeah.
And he got the rights back to his Verve release. Also reissued that on that label.
Yeah. It's pressed well. It sounds nice and quiet. It sounds great. So whatever he's doing, it's working.
Nice. I'll check that out.
Yeah, it's really good. And it's not bad. It's like 50, well, Canadian dollars. It's 50 Canadian and it's triple record. So it's not too bad at all.
Oh, wow. That's not bad. Oh, so Mike, I showed the first. We talked about the first record you sent me. The Walter Smith, which is amazing.
Yeah.
But this one, man.
Yeah, that is really. I was saying it's like that Walter Smith is so like funny at times. Like I feel like there's a sense of it's out there, but it's like not like dark and serious. It's like it's all over the place. It's really good.
Yeah. Which one? The Nicole Mitchell and
No,
yeah,
Twio.
We're talking about Twio, but yeah, but this one is great, man.
yeah.
So thank you for this.
That is one. That's what I was talking about. That's one of my favorites in the last 5 years.
Yeah, it's great.
Check that one out.
Yeah, and that label does great stuff and very inexpensive, as far as the vinyl is concerned.
Yeah, they're called Astral Spirits. They're out of Austin, which is cool. But this record's neat. So Tamika Reed plays cello, and then Nicole Mitchell plays like 50 different flutes or something. I mean, it's crazy. And then Mike Reed's the drummer. Here's let me make myself big again. Hang on. Here. Really cool. So it was cool for me. This is Tamika playing the cello, and she plays it like a stand-up bass, right? Like she plucks the string.
Yeah,
Really
she
cool.
just won.
She
She actually won 2 major, I guess you could say, awards or gifts. She won the MacArthur Genius. Well, she received the MacArthur Genius grant this year.
Nice.
And she got a Herb Albert grant also. So I mean, she came into a lot of cash this year for based upon her artistic talent.
Now they did another record. I don't know how available it is.
It's not available. You can only. It's ridiculous.
Okay.
I've been searching for the CD for I don't know, maybe 4 years, and it's just not out there. You can stream it. You can stream it.
I'm gonna stream that one for sure. It's
Yeah.
really neat. I just like the different tone of the cello for her, and then the lady that played the flutes, man, she was amazing. I would like to see what all she played on that, because it's not just one flute. There's some crazy sound.
At the University of Pittsburgh, and she just left that. I think right now she's in France, but she's a phenomenal musician. She can do it. I mean, she can play any style. I mean, she doesn't belong to any camp. If you go through her discography, it's like just everything, and it's all good. I mean, she did one album that's it's a sort of a recurring theme with her, but she did one album dedicated to the science fiction writer Octavia Butler. That's phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean the day you guys Mike showed it first time, I went to the groove and got it right away.
Oh, nice.
Really great.
Yeah,
I don't have that one. I'm gonna check that out.
Isn't that like multiple bass? Isn't there multiple basses on that or something?
2 cellos.
Two cellos.
Two cellos, yes.
Nice.
And it has a very flat edge. It's amazing. The record is really thick.
Yeah. The guy that put that out actually owns a gallery in Chicago.
Yeah.
And he has a label. Most of the stuff is on CD.
Yeah.
But he just had an exhibit of the artwork of Roscoe Mitchell from the Art Ensemble. And they put out like a beautiful book that was, I forgot how much it cost, but it's he does a lot of great work. That label is pretty good. I mean, that was also an inexpensive, compared to other.
Yeah, something like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called Corbett versus Dempsey.
Yeah.
I couldn't even track it on Discogs. It's not cataloged on my Discogs yet. But it's really good. It's amazing.
Yeah, that was a real good find.
Yeah.
Somebody was asking this question, which I have an answer to. So Tom's asking, go back to the Miles Davis Bitches Brew Mofi. Should I replace my generic Sony Legacy copy with the Mofi?
Is it
I
still
don't-
available? Is it still available?
Yeah, yes. I don't have the legacy, but the Mofi is much better than my early pressings. Much better.
I've got a legacy copy, so I'll do a comparison. And I'm gonna guess though that the Mofi's better because all the other ones I have are amazing.
They're good. Yeah.
Miles Davis stuff specifically.
So and speaking Mofi, Miles in the Sky, and which other Chris, Nefertiti, they should be repressed soon. Should be coming out soon. So the ones that don't have it,
Yeah.
yeah, they're gonna be repressing those soon.
Yeah, I got that. I got the Bitches Brew, and then I got this one too. It's still available, I think.
Oh, My Funny Valentine.
Yeah, it's great, man.
Oh, it's great.
I really like it.
It is really good.
Ron Carter's Facebook posted this record yesterday. I guess it came out in 1965 yesterday. Where's it? So yeah, cool cover too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's you
That's
know,
I know it's been said 1,000 times, but that's the companion piece to Miles 4 and More. So
that makes sense.
They're both part of the same concert. It's probably a concert like series.
Right.
And 4 and More is the more hard driving, and My Funny Valentine or whatever it's called is ballads.
I'm hoping they repress the 4 and More eventually because I need that.
4 and More is I have a copy of that. It's a Columbia 360, and Tony Williams is the star of the show, in my opinion. I mean, I can't stop listening to just him on it. It's so good.
It's also neat because it's you know, Miles with Herbie, Ron, and Troy, not Troy, Tony Williams.
Yeah.
But George Coleman is on this one, right?
So yeah,
yeah.
it's George Coleman. Yes.
So that's kind of neat.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't with that crew for very long.
No.
And 4 and More. Let me see. Yeah, it's an amazing. Yeah, it's really good.
All right, I have something I can show.
Okay.
So I'm glad Mike's here because this will be fun because he was the catalyst for it all. I'm going to share my screen. So number one, this is an interview with Jason Moran and Angelica Biener. Angelica Biener is a podcast host, but this is a really awesome interview that I was not even like familiar with who Jason Moran was because I'm naive. But
It's incredible.
This guy like is such a good interesting. Like there are like quotes from this that I like think about because like it's just there's analogies that he creates. It's over an hour. They really get into it and they have like such good chemistry. So
it's awesome.
So I'm gonna drop this in the chat. I highly recommend checking it
Thanks
out.
for sharing that. I want to see that because I love Jason Moran.
And it's relatively recent. It's only 13 days old. So because of this, I learned about this podcast, Milestones, by Angelica Biener. So hold on, let me get rid of that. So she does a lot of jazz stuff. So today, when we were talking about the John Coltrane Duke Ellington 60th anniversary, when I was talking about that, I basically was like saying what they were saying. Like this is the source of like how I even knew about that. It was interesting to hear them talk about that. This guy that she's interviewing just put out an album today, and he talks about his album, which I want to check out. And then, so he does a lot. Like Someday My Prince Will Come. She does a lot of jazz, and this is a podcast, but she's on this WBGO, which is out of Newark, New Jersey. It's a jazz station. So she like knows her jazz. Like she like is really interesting as like a content creator. So I've been listening to her stuff when it comes out. And then the last thing that I'll show is because Jason Moran kind of caught my ear. I was listening to his stuff because he does a set, and Mike, you could speak to this better than I can, but every Thanksgiving he gets a week at the Village or days at the Village Vanguard. I don't know what his time is, but he released from 2018 his Thanksgiving set. And it's cool because I picked it up. You can order it on Yes Records, and it is limited. Mine is number 45, but he only pressed 500. So I'll drop this into the chat too. It's worth checking out. It's not crazy expensive, and I swear to God, he's mailing this from his apartment. But I kept his address here where he stamped yes on top.
Are you showing your address again? Damn it, man! What's wrong with you?
Every podcast. What's cool about this is it's a modern Vanguard session. So if you want to hear what how a modern set sounds at the Vanguard, this is pretty great. I mean, it's really a fun set. It's 2 LPs. there's and it's got them under the Vanguard there.
Yes.
And it's a trio, and it's really good. So I would recommend. I'll drop that into the chat if I already did. But yeah, so I just got this in this week, and I listened to it 1.5 times. I mean, it's 4 sides, so it's a lot, but it's good.
I have that one too, Mike. It's really good. I actually flew down. I flew down to New York a couple of times just to see Jason Moran. I saw him like 3 nights in a row at the Village Vanguard. I'm a huge fan. I've seen him here in Toronto several times whenever he comes. I love his Village Vanguard album from years ago, the Bandwagon one.
Well, if you listen, so for a novice, when you listen to that video, he talks about the theme of gangsterism throughout his album. So there's like a song, I don't know if it's on every single album, but it's on a lot. And this one has gangsterism at the Vanguard. It's just basically like, I guess, like his kind of theme, and like it's his comfort zone. It's where he wants to be, and he takes it on every album in different direction based on whatever he's feeling. And he talks about like some of the stuff. It's not even that serious, but like it's where he's at. So he plays gangsterism again in this type of form. And anyway, he's a great artist. It's a cool record. Again, the sound of it sounds really good, and it's a modern Village Vanguard recording. I totally recommend it.
Yeah. So he did an album called The Bandwagon. It's a live one from Village Vanguard, not on vinyl. It's only on CD. It's amazing. And there's a song on it called Ringing My Phone. I think it's called Straight Out of Istanbul. Right. And he basically has a voice recording from a voice machine of someone speaking in Turkish, and he's playing how she's speaking on the piano. It's incredible.
That is incredible.
If you listen to that interview that Mike posted and linked, it's basically celebrating the 20th, and I think it's the 20th anniversary of that recording.
Yes,
I will check it out.
Yeah,
for sure. Thanks for sharing that.
And it's fabulous. And just for people out out there listening, he studied under Jackie Byard, Andrew Hill, and he talks about that in the interview. It's he's a really, really nice guy to talk to, totally approachable. He had an exhibit that ended right before COVID at the Whitney Museum, and this is his artwork, and he also had basically 3 rooms that were set up full scale to resemble famous jazz clubs.
I just bought the book. There's a hardcover book of that. It's excellent.
Yeah, and I went to right before it was closing. I went, and he was there, and I spoke to him a bit, and he said, I asked him what he was working on, and he said, "Oh, I'm trying to get this James Europe Reese project done," which he just released the CD for that.
Yeah,
so
on Bandcamp.
Before COVID happened, he was working on that, but he's such
very cool stuff. Yeah, I like him a lot. I saw him here at a place called Kerner Hall, which is like, to me, my 2 favorite places in Toronto are Massey Hall. That's for always. I'll see any show at Massey Hall. I don't care if I don't like the music. It's always going to be good there. The sound is incredible. They just finished a 3-year renovation on it during COVID, and it's just beautiful. And I've probably been to Massey Hall 500 times in my life. It's just a great hall. And there's a small place called Kerner Hall, which is part of our Royal Conservatory. And to me, it's like a mini Massey Hall. The sound is incredible. Great jazz artists. The last concert I saw there a few months ago was Ravi Coltrane. It's just a great place to see jazz. I've seen Jason Moran there. I've seen Joshua Redman there. I saw so many good shows there. But I was going to say, speaking of Jason Moran, one of my favorite albums in the last couple of years was the one he did, the duet album with Archie Shepp called "Let My People Go." Yeah. If you haven't heard that, it's such a beautiful album, and he does a few Coltrane covers on there. It's beautiful. Yeah. It's called. It's not too expensive. I think even Amazon has it. Right. But it's just him and Archie Shepp at a live show, and it's so quiet when they're playing. It's such a beautiful sounding record as well. Yeah. Really good stuff.
And then what else did I got the James Europe Reese, around and he had a solo recording that he just released also, only on CD. He's supposed to release, he's trying to release them on vinyl in the fall.
Good. I hope he does.
Yeah. But it's his own label, so and he's really big about it. He doesn't stream it on any of the streaming services.
No.
Because he's really big about retaining the rights to his own music. He was on Blue Note during that time, where they had Joe Lovano, Greg Osby, Jason Moran, and I believe he left on his own accord because he just wanted to retain the rights and control of his own music.
Yeah. I'll buy anything with Jason Moran on it. Even there's a Charles Lloyd record, a few Charles Lloyd records he plays on. They're incredible on ECM.
That group was I think that was one of the great bands of that period.
Yeah,
I saw them at the Vanguard. It was the Charles Lloyd in the Vanguard at the Vanguard for 40 years.
Wow. I think we lost Mike, or he froze or something.
Oh, Mike's frozen. Yeah.
It's at Nolan's internet.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, where are you now, Mike?
I'm in New Orleans. This is we've been through 3 states, 6 schools. We did our last 2 schools today.
Nice.
Just Alabama, Georgia, and now New Orleans.
So what was the school that impressed you most, and what was the school that impressed her most?
The same school.
Which one?
Emory in Atlanta.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's a great school.
So, I mean, I'm sort of hoping, and Tulane, but, because I went to school down here also. But we both had the same, and it wasn't anything about the school. It was sort of about, some of the people, perspective. It's more like the parent, not the students. And then, you have to put that out of your head. But, it's early in the process for us. We haven't done the North. This is our Southeast tour, basically.
Yeah.
So,
That's really cool.
She had a lot of fun. So
nice.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm gonna head out. It was really nice meeting all of you in person.
Please join us again soon.
Yeah, I will for sure. I'll jump. I have a few things to do, so I have some notes I still have to do from this week. It's been a busy week for work for me, so I'll keep on in the peanut gallery. And like I said, thanks again. You guys are great, and keep it up. And I always listen. I always learn new stuff too. So it's great.
Awesome.
Appreciate that.
Thanks a lot. Take care, guys.
Thank you.
All right.
Wow, that was cool.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Yeah, that was great.
Obviously knows more than the 3 of us.
Yeah. So Mike, have you been able to check some live music there, or just hitting stores, or doing something?
I haven't. No, not really. And we're so exhausted.
I bet.
Especially when we were in Alabama, we had this. We saw one school, Auburn. Then we had to drive all the way up to the University of Alabama. Then the next day we drove into Atlanta, and then we flew into New Orleans. So it just took a lot. It took a lot out of us. And I'm used to New Orleans, so I've seen so much music here. It's
so to me, I've never been there. So how is it New Orleans in a sense? I think can be too much like touristic.
You gotta
you gotta know where you're going, right?
Exactly. I mean, there's a good club called Snug Harbor, and Ellis Marsalis used to play there a lot before he passed. You don't get away from Bourbon Street.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's the key. You can go further uptown to there's a club called Maple Leaf and stuff like that. But yeah, if you confine yourself to Bourbon Street, no, you're missing the whole experience.
Yeah.
You're missing the whole experience.
Yeah.
Like
now, if you want to get super shit faced and just like maybe get arrested, maybe don't get arrested, you can go to Bourbon Street, right?
Yeah.
You can go to what's the place that has those giant like frozen drinks, Mike? With
Pat O'Brien.
Pat O'Brien, yeah.
Yeah, the Hurricane.
Things, man, with your Hurricane, and then drink 1.5 and have the rest of it in a cup. Here's what I did when I was 18. So I had 1.5 of those. They pour the rest of it into a cup. Then every other bar on Bourbon Street has a 2-drink minimum. That's how you get in, right?
Yeah. Huh.
So I just had them pour 2 shots of vodka into my Hurricane drink like all night long. It was fun.
Yeah, I just like when I first came down here to school, my first 6 months were miserable because I was coming down the street. But then once I got away from Bourbon Street,
yeah,
it was great.
Yeah,
it was absolutely a lot of fun.
Jason Marsalis plays down there constantly. He streams on TikTok all the time. So I was thinking,
and he plays a lot at Snug Harbor where his dad played. And he has his and his brother also has plays a lot, and he's also on I don't know if he's on TikTok, but he plays he does post a lot on Instagram. Del Feo has a group called the Uptown, I think it's Uptown Jazz Orchestra, Uptown Jazz Band, which is really.
What does he play? What instrument does he play? I don't know.
Del Feo plays trombone.
Okay, cool.
And back in the, let's just say the 90s, he used to produce Ford and Winton's recordings.
Oh.
Yeah. But he has his own group now, and he travels and he plays, and it's a really fun group of musicians. Yeah.
Wow. So Brentford will be here in Miami next Friday.
Oh yeah.
You got to get tickets.
I'm thinking about it. Yes, I might go.
Yeah, you should. That band has been together for like. You want to talk about a tight group of musicians? I want to say they've been it may be close to 20 years for at least 3 of them in that band. And for the, maybe the drummer, Jason Faulkner, has been maybe 10 or so years together, but they've been together forever.
I've been streaming Scenes in the City because, Mike, you mentioned it because he does the Charles Mingus Scenes in the City, obviously. Yeah. And it's really good. And it's a cheap record. I mean, like, I'm talking like a few bucks, and it's a really good sounding record.
Yeah, that was his first recording. Yeah. And not only the Scenes of the City was really good, but you look at the cover, which is a play on Led Zeppelin.
Oh, here, hold on. I could show it here. Okay, share my screen. Oh, did you just add it, Chris?
No, I didn't do anything.
Oh, sorry. Here we go. So look,
make it big.
VG Plus for $4. I mean,
nice.
It's a really cheap record, but I mean, go stream it. It's really excellent. Just really enjoyed it. And yeah. So he has obviously,
nice.
So there he is. This was before the Sting controversy, right? Wasn't there?
Yeah. I mean,
we don't have to get into that.
Yeah, I actually bought that. Gosh, I bought that album in Okinawa, Japan.
On CD?
Yeah. Huh?
CD?
CD, and I also have a vinyl copy also. And yeah, it was just. I mean, it's such a good. That Scenes of the City was like it's just amazing, and it's it's Wendell Pierce from The Wire and Jack Ryan that does the narration.
Yeah, that's cool.
And they went to school together. They went to high school together.
Yeah.
Have you heard his live recording of A Love Supreme?
Yeah, and it's It's also it's funny. I have the DVD of that because
I never heard it.
It's really good.
I like Jeff Watts.
Jeff Watts is.
The problem with Jeff Watts is his nickname is Tane, and nobody calls him Tane. Everybody says Jeff Tane Watts. So it just makes
it's one of the. He's probably like 60, but I know the youngest. Yeah, he's got to be like 60.
Watts?
Branford's got to be close to that too.
Okay, hold on, I'll look it up. But yeah, he's an excellent drummer. I have him on some of the Winton stuff.
Yeah.
I've actually never seen him. Okay.
Oh man, it's phenomenal. I mean,
he was born in 1960.
Yeah.
Right, so he's 60. Oh, he's 63.
Yeah.
I listened to these finally this week.
Oh, what'd you think?
They're great, man. They're fucking awesome.
Yeah. I have one before, but it's like,
yeah, that's great.
Just
These are
so-
great. So is Joe Henderson live at the Village Vanguard. If anybody doesn't recognize what they are, but yeah, they're great. I think I bought them. I bought both of them early on when I first started collecting jazz records, right? And
yeah, me too. Same thing.
I think they were a little much for me at the time. I don't know.
Yeah, I always liked Joe Henderson. Back in the 90s, there was a jazz festival in Brazil called Free Jazz. Free actually was like a cigarette brand, so they called Free Jazz. The festival they sponsored.
Yeah,
and Joe Henderson used to go there quite often, almost every year. And they would show the live on TV, and I would just watch it and man, this guy's so cool.
Yeah,
the way he plays and everything. And there was one year they brought T.S. Monk. A lot of people went there. A lot of people. Marsalis, yeah, it was pretty
awesome.
I think there was this one year, I think it was like 92, 93, there's that Jobin and Friends record. Herbie Hancock hosted the whole show.
Oh, cool.
It's an amazing concert.
There's just so many good YouTube videos of jazz concerts too.
Yeah.
I watched a lot of them from Japan, like Herbie in Japan. Man, some good shit.
Yeah, I mean Herbie's still touring. He has a few dates already scheduled this year. LA, I think Connecticut, South Carolina, one in DC. It has like at least six or eight concerts. I like to see him. Yeah, I think that's must do.
Mm-hmm.
For me to go see Herbie Hancock.
Oh man, I know I've talked about it 10 times, but he had a tour last year and he canceled one show, and it was the one here.
Wow.
It was in 2021, not last year. It was in 21. It's like, it's gonna be hard to see that guy pretty soon because he's gonna be around.
Yeah,
I feel like Ron Carter is like, I'm sure he's slowing down a little bit. I feel like I watched the documentary. Somebody actually asked if we caught that documentary earlier on, and we didn't get a chance to talk about it. But
it's amazing.
I've recently watched it. I think it's on YouTube for free. It's like a PBS documentary, and they go through all different aspects of his life and his philosophy, and just who he is. And it's really kind of a great history of himself, and then also all the people he played with. Like they have a section on Miles. So if you're into Miles, like it's really fascinating to hear like how he was a part of that second quintet. They interview Wayne Shorter. So you get to see a little bit of Wayne. It's a really well done documentary, and these guys are still with us, which is amazing. So it's great that they did that. And I feel like Ron Carter is like, he's never the star of the show, but he's like, now because of his legacy, he's like he is, he's
the maestro.
Yeah. So and he's still playing, and I think they show I remember in New York at like Carnegie Hall or something. It wasn't Carnegie. It may have been Lincoln.
I think it was last year, right?
They did like his 80th birthday or something.
Yeah.
Where was that, Mike? Do you remember?
I want to say you might be right. It might have been Carnegie Hall.
Carnegie Hall. Yeah.
So they show a little bit of that, and I don't know. I mean, he's in really good shape.
Oh yeah. I mean, he just did a couple of shows at the Blue Note, and it was sort of, a return to playing because he had, I want to say, like a back injury, and he had to cancel his European tour.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. Well, in that documentary, they show, I think it's his son who helps manage his business, basically, like his schedule.
Yeah.
And, it's just fantastic.
Yeah.
When he plays acoustic bass and is like 6'8", is just like it's just everything about him is bigger.
Yeah.
He's great.
And he's still putting out records.
Yeah.
I mean, Miles must have loved him when he met him.
And that group, I mean, his current group, is really good. He has Rini Rosnes on piano. The tenor is Jimmy Green, who's an excellent player. I've got some of his recordings on Crisscross, and for sort of, but Jimmy Green, the tenor player, his youngest daughter was one of the kids that were killed at the school shooting in Connecticut years ago.
Oh yeah. Okay.
But he plays in Carter's current group, and he's a phenomenal player.
Yeah.
Joe Marino was saying that he needs Kennedy Center honors. Yes.
I mean, honestly, Ron Carter is a national treasure.
Yeah, that hasn't happened. I mean, he, come on.
Yeah, I mean, he could get it. He could get the highest honors. That's,
I mean,
and they even spoke about Miles and the whole kind of drug scene, and I feel like Ron played it straight. He obviously did not partake in that stuff, and he basically said, "I can't really speak about it," because he didn't.
Mm-hmm.
But just a great dude, And it kind of, I feel like that's insightful, because sometimes you think like the band like hangs out and they do their personal, they hang out, like they have personal lives, but it wasn't necessarily like that.
And I mean, he left the quintet because he wanted to play acoustic, right? And Miles went electric. That's why he quit.
And some groups, you have musicians that, they come, they play, and they go their way. They don't hang out. There's just so many. They don't hang out. They don't stay out all night.
Yeah.
They're into the music. They play their gig, and it's just not their. It's just like you hang out with certain people, and what they do. It's not, certain things are not for them, and they go their way.
Yeah. I mean, they even rejoined the 70s, and Miles kind of hinted he would come back with them, but he didn't.
Yeah.
Which I think makes sense to him.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy about Ron Carter? I was just thinking about this. He's literally spent, of his entire life, he's spent almost 7 years in a recording studio during one of those days.
Yeah.
Played on 2,500 records, right?
Yeah.
At least 100 records. And it's like, the dude played some fucking bass and got it recorded, man. It's just an insane amount of recordings that the guy's on.
Speaking of, I got this in yesterday. This is a Muse. It says digital recording here.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds great. Do not hesitate to buy this. This is back in, I think this is late. What is this? Year 88. So this is when Muse started putting out CDs and vinyl, and then at some point they switched and they only put out CDs. And there's some really killer Muse sessions that are not on vinyl, right? Like, there's just so many. I mean, I really do need to get a CD player, because between Muse and Crisscross, and there's just like tons and tons of, it's basically like nearly 2 decades worth of jazz that is not on vinyl.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We have a medical emergency in the comments, though, that needs a doctor's help, apparently.
Oh, God.
So, Felipe, can you give Carolina some medical advice on how to get gauze out of her hand, I guess, that's fused into a deep wound?
Oh, so she hurt her ankle, and then she put some gauze on it, and now it's grafted to her leg.
Water, slowly running water, and go.
She's saying water's not doing it. Warm?
I've tried soaking it multiple times now, and I should have gotten stitches, but I didn't want anybody to touch it, so I only consented to a tetanus shot.
Oh no. Yeah, you won't need that. But man, that's tough.
Gonna get infected?
You can't just let it live in your body, Carolina. Like you have
Eventually you'll peel off.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but running water is the best. Running water is the best.
I've taken a couple of showers and soaked it a couple of times. It just keeps reopening, and
well, it sounds like you need to go to the doctor and get some stitches if it keeps.
I'm not letting anybody put a needle into that thing. We call it the flap.
There's a type of dressing there. You can put it.
All right, we're losing people now. Huh?
I'll send a private message about that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Thank you, Felipe.
But those butterfly. One, I'm not a medical doctor, but you could get some of those butterfly. Those really glue.
No, we have everything. It's nothing.
Yeah, that's fair.
I lost myself. Okay, hold on. I do want to just quickly touch on this now that my wife is needing to go to the ER. Is this Wallace Ronnie? Does anybody know this guy?
Yeah.
No.
This is an insanely good record.
Yeah.
Like it's I don't want to call it straight ahead because it's a little straight ahead, but like that's such a reductionist way to look at him. Like, but it's also not really post bop. But his compositions are pretty nice. Like, they're fairly complicated, and I don't know. I really enjoyed this. So he also has the reason why I pulled it out is Ron Carter's on it.
Nice.
As a recent record I just got with him because he just shows up everywhere and he makes every session better. But this guy Kenny Garrett and then Gary Thomas.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Mulgrew Miller and Cindy Blackman. I mean, this is really a great lineup of guys.
It is.
I've been trying to get into more Garrett. So the thing is, like, I was looking in Kenny Garrett. I think Kenny Garrett is the guy who has a Woody Shaw record on Crisscross.
Crisscross.
But it's only on, and I sampled it. It sounds incredible, but it's only on CD. So
buy a CD, man.
So I think that's like I'm gonna have to do that. So I don't know how I'm gonna rig my setup, but I'm gonna have to.
I mean, just like ECM. I mean, there's so much ECM.
And this is a promo. And this cost me like $15, maybe cheaper. This is not an expensive record, so give it a sample.
Yeah, with Wallace Roney for a while, he got labeled with the tag of being like a Miles Davis clone, and
whatever.
And
if I could clone myself to sound like Miles,
huh?
I was just saying, if you can clone yourself to sound like Miles, good for you.
Yeah, and then he also then played in a version of VSOP, which gave the certain critics further strength in saying, "Oh, see."
Yeah, but Miles didn't play with them.
Huh?
But Miles didn't play with them.
No, but it was the Miles Davis, like it was, Herbie, Wayne.
Oh, he
Ron.
played with them?
Yeah, he played in the version of that band.
Oh, okay.
But he was his own musician. I saw him. Gosh, he was an early casualty of COVID. Wallace Roney.
Oh no!
And I saw him. Oh, gosh, a few years. I don't know how many years ago. Live, and it was with Al Foster, the drummer Al Foster. I think Buster Williams may have been on bass.
Check this out.
And it was a great performance.
So just to quickly show something, I didn't know Cindy Blackman is a female drummer.
Oh, you didn't know that? You know who she's married to right now, don't you?
Look at that. Fantastic.
Do you know who she's married to?
No.
Carlos Santana.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. Yeah, and engineer. So also, in addition to all the great musicians, You have recorded at Van Gelder Recording Studio, Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, 1988. Engineer Rudy Van Gelder, and this is digital. You know, he was into digital when it first started.
Yeah, he was big into digital.
So it's just kind of if you're a Rudy guy and you want to see what he was doing with digital, I mean, does it sound like the Quiet Kenny AAA? No, it doesn't, but it sounds really, really good.
Yeah. XJ says that, Kenny Garrett is a legend, and he is. He did some recordings, I guess it's Warner Brothers, None Such, maybe. I don't know if he actually made the switch to None Such, but he did one that's called Trilogy. That's, I mean, everybody was listening to that when it came out. I mean, everybody. Then he did a Coltrane tribute that's phenomenal. And then he did one called Songbook, which has Jeff Watts on drums.
Ooh.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if they'll ever be reissued on vinyl, but those are like three of the top recordings of that time period.
You know, that live record that came out of his last record store day is really good too. I like it a lot. Live at the Iridium or whatever.
Yeah,
it's one of the record hits I have, but I was like, man, this sounds great. I wish they would put out more modern jazz stuff for record store day. That would be really cool. Like if they put out, some live shows from like James Brandon Lewis or something. I mean, that would be phenomenal.
I think
they're talking about Crisscross player.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In March, they're releasing another record on vinyl. It's Charlotte Trio.
Okay.
And that's I have it on CD. It's a really good record. But he did his early work for Crisscross, and it's really good. Before he went to Blue Note, and they're releasing that on vinyl.
Oh, cool. How about that?
Cool. I will say, like, recently, and I think it's just because of like, honestly, I feel like this channel has really encouraged really good avenues for me to explore jazz in. So I'm way more interested in more modern stuff than I've ever been before. And I think it's a good, I feel like I've really kind of built a decent like 50s, early 60s collection now that I feel like I'm also like ready to move on. And seeing stuff like, I showed that Twio record. What's his name?
Walter Smith III.
Yeah,
that's a cool record. That is a really cool record.
Yeah,
it's just that's a great. And it's like, and even mid stuff. Like, okay, I got a couple records to show. This one I had to kind of just bite the bullet, but this is Woody Shaw, the Moon Train. I think I got it for a fair price, but not a. It was fair. It's a fair price. I mean, this is what you got to pay for it. But
right.
So anyway, but it's really good. And you know what? What's funny on this is that he plays with Azar Lawrence, and there's a Prestige record I want from him, and I keep putting it in my cart, and within a day somebody buys it. It's been the whole week, just like they're all good. I don't know if like all of a sudden Woody Shaw's getting hot and people are looking at Azar Lawrence, but like I'm putting his records in my cart.
I have Vinyl Me Please. Azar Lawrence is.
They're selling within like a half a day.
I have that one too, Felipe.
Isn't it a great Chris?
Huh?
I love it. It's great record.
This brings up something that I have a bone to pick with Mike, though.
Hold on. The last thing I want to say is what's kind of neat about the cover is that it's like textured. And this is the only Muse record that they gave kind of like a special cardboard stock to. So anyway, I guess it's a way to tell it's an original or something. But anyway, it's a great.
There's a rumor you had to cut off your left pinky to get it. Can you show us your left hand?
No. All right, Chris, what's your bone to pick? Is it with me, Mike, or Notes and Tones, Mike?
No, Notes and Tones just sent me two fabulous records. How could I have a bone to pick with him, man?
Oh, God.
Anyway, No, so someone brought up Woody Shaw in one of our video comments. It directed it to you to say that you need to get Dexter Gordon's Homecoming album because Woody Shaw.
I saw that today.
Fucking amazing.
I saw it was a sealed reissue. I want to get an original though.
You should. I mean, they're cheap. So
Yeah, I'll get it.
What's the label of that one?
Columbia.
It's on,
I got like a promo copy, and then I didn't pay. You know,
I paid $5 for mine, I think. So
yeah, I think I paid 10 for mine.
I've gotten 8 Woody Shaw records for under $7 in the last month.
But this is a very specific one. Do you have the Homecoming
Dexter Gordon,
record?
Woody Shaw,
Dexter Gordon Homecoming record, Rob?
No, listen, man, I don't need your sass.
Wait,
we'll send you to the rice field.
Oh,
sir.
I'm mixing this up with a different record. Homecoming is live at the Village Vanguard.
Yes. Yes.
All right, I was actually thinking of a different record. He does, I think, a studio session with Woody Shaw too.
Yes, Gotham City is. Well, he's probably done multiple.
It's not
Gotham
that one,
City
it's
is a
something else.
fucking great record.
What mile isn't Woody Shaw on? What big record is he on as a sideman from?
Passing Ships. I don't know.
He's on Unity. He's on
Marion.
Unity.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Marion.
He's on Unity.
Yeah, he is on Unity.
Mhm.
All right, guys, I got a package in the mail. I just walked in.
All right.
Uh-oh.
This is a shitty mailer, but it's a big improvement on the Target.
The flaps are good though, man. The flaps help. The flaps and the cardboard extending past the end of the record helps a lot.
Yeah, no, they've improved their mailers, but that's not saying a lot. But look, the record came.
Ah.
Oh, it came with a nice seam split.
Well, Mike got 2 of them, so it is what it is.
We'll be hearing from my lawyers.
Mine is a seam split too.
Hey, okay, here's a stunty record. I got a stunty record.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, that looks cool.
That's a good record.
Yeah. And then this is the one I picked up today at the, even though it's not jazz, but it's
Oh, yeah, Master Suite, yeah.
yeah, the Twisted Insurrection. I'm looking forward to this. It's one of my favorite albums. So.
Are you gonna get the Pearl Jam record when it comes out, Rob?
Screw Paul G. Listen, I don't need to hear Eddie Vedder mumbling words. I'm done with it.
Words, I'll kill you. Horrible reduction, sir.
Any singer I can sound reasonably well like.
Chris,
that's a problem.
that one is on my wish list, right?
Yes.
What is?
The Pearl Jam record that's coming out from Vinyl Please. So I'm going to talk about it, even though it's not jazz.
What is on? I only know like.
There's a song called Wish List in that record.
Yes, there is.
After Vitology, I stopped with.
I heard that Vinyl Me Please is starting a Pearl Jam lane.
I wish they would. That would be badass.
And Dolly Parton.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, but you got to yield
okay.
to the lady.
Okay, so Bagheera, do you mind if I talk about what you reached out to me about this morning?
No, please do.
Bagheera sent me an estate sale that was listed on Facebook in Temecula.
Mm-hmm.
But it is the ocean is falling over Los Angeles.
Right.
I'm not driving over 2 hours, but they have $5 jazz records. The one record I could see is a Booker Ervin record.
Ooh.
And there's a bunch of Pablos. Is anyone here knows someone in Temecula?
I know, actually. I actually know.
What?
What Booker Ervin is it?
I actually know Rob. I have a friend there.
Can I send you the link and can we get your friend to buy all these records?
Yes.
Yes, and then have them send them to us, Felipe. Well, me and you and Mike, not Rob.
Hey, listen, Chris. The only thing you've done is sit there like Marlon Brando in the Apocalypse.
This is in addition. This is just in addition to a picture of a calyx. So this is
nice.
That's just we're talking about like maybe over 1,000.
What's the Booker Ervin?
It's right
it's
there.
It's a later one, and it's a reissue of the later one.
Is that the one you're talking about?
Here, I'll show you the Booker Ervin.
When you're looking at these records, though, like none of them are in sleeves, and the spines are kind of like messed up. So I don't know, but that
How
could
do you
just be
know they're
the
not in? You mean they're not in plastic sleeves?
Not in plastic, yeah.
yeah. So I mean,
I bought like 30. I bought 30 records today.
Wow.
this is the room with all the stuff.
Were they $5 or less?
They were $1 a piece. You want to see my dollar records?
Well, hold on. Let me show you the Booker Irvin.
Okay. No, there's no jazz though, unfortunately.
No, then don't show them. I don't want to see that.
Come on. Look at the crap I bought. We'll do it quick.
It's got some nice furniture too.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if that's there, what do you think is all these records?
It's worth a look for sure.
Felipe, I'm messaging you this listing.
I bought a bunch of crappy records that are probably not worth $1 each. Oh well.
All right, let's see him, Chris.
All right, hang on.
While Chris is getting his records, I'll show a record.
Oh God!
I got this. This is a wax recommendation.
Oh, that's good.
What is? I made you get it. It's really a shitty record.
I got this for a decent price, and then honestly, there are like 2 copies available now, and there used to be like, I don't know, like 20 just like 2 months ago.
It is a white label promo.
I think London Jazz Collector highlighted it. Rob, you've highlighted it. I think Muse in general, people are talking about more. So these records are like all of a sudden just getting really expensive.
You should keep talking about them before I can buy them. Damn it! That's why. All right, look at these crappy records. This cover is completely roached out.
That's one of the best selling jazz albums of all time.
Look, the cover is completely trash, but the record looks clean. So maybe I can sell it for like $8 on.
Let's see the record. Come on.
It's in the Hummingbird.
I actually have a mint OG of it. I'm gonna sell.
Here's some shitty records.
Did you guys see Steve Westman's thing? University of Vinyl says that the double 45 is back in stock in Elusive Disc and I think Acoustic Sound. So
yeah, but Ingroove has it in stock.
Or Ingroove, that's it. Ingroove and Elusive.
Yeah, but
Disc.
I have the 33 and that sounds awesome.
I have an OG and I'm good with that.
I have an OG, but it's worth a lot of money. That reissue sounds awesome. So I'm gonna sell.
Y'all are rude fuckers, man. I'm trying to show my dollar records, and you're just
but you're not showing any jazz records.
I told you there were jazz records, and you said you wanted to see them, and then you just talk about random bullshit.
Well, people, if you want that double 45,
can we give you a sobriety test right now?
What double 45? I didn't understand what you were saying because I'm high and I wanted to show my cheap records.
Yes.
What double 45 is it? What record is it that you were talking about that just came out?
The one you're showing you.
One you just showed.
Yes. Okay. Rumors. Yes. Anyway, I got 2 copies of Rumors, so I'm hoping to sell them for like $10 a piece.
Nice.
And a bunch of other junk that's probably not worth 50 cents.
All right, what else you got?
I don't want to go through them now. I'm over it. You hurt my feelings.
All right, Baggy, come on. What have you received recently in the realm of what you would consider jazz?
I got this record that I was talking about last time I saw you guys. I love it. The reason I got this was because there was a guitar teacher that was talking about the particular version of "Don't Get Around Much Anymore" on here. Side two of this album is just blows you away. It's really good. It's got Ray Brown on bass and Bobby Durham on drums.
Now, when you show that, can you cover your whole face, please?
Now that's a Pablo, obviously.
I absolutely 100% recommend this Pablo to everybody. And it's funny because I was looking. There's lots of different ways to get this. There's an OJC and some other versions, but I got this Pablo. There's not a tick or a pop on the entire record at all. It's funny because I just got this one, which has plenty of static on it. Oh, where did I put it? Oh, well, I'll show you this one instead. This was such a pain in the ass to get. I told you guys, I got this from Lee's Records, and because I didn't want to keep buying stuff online, support the local record store.
Right.
I don't know what it is with the acoustic sound stuff. The Verve acoustic sound stories, no problem. But if it's like a thing directly from, you know how like in Groove Mike will say, it takes like an extra week for him to get that.
Yeah.
Well, the Lose Records distributor. First of all, this cost me like $89.
Could you whisper more?
Yeah, I don't want to hear my wife to
just
hear
put
that.
it back in print. It's not that much.
So I had to pre-order it from them, and then it just came like this week.
Yeah.
And even then he told me it had a street date on it, so you couldn't get it to me till Friday.
Why-
This has been
why is
out
it
since
so
like the first
expensive?
week of January.
Is that a double? Is that a double?
It is an expensive record, but if I bought it from In Groove Mike, even to have it shipped, it would have been about $15 cheaper than me going through my local store. But this one's really special because when I started collecting records again, this is one of the first things I bought, but it was a wax time, so I really wanted to have it again because I got rid of the wax time one, and I just love this album. I think it's, you know, people always make excuses for this album, saying, oh, you know, she's older, her voice is. This is my favorite Billie Holiday. The older, grizzled Billie Holiday is my favorite. I'd rather listen to this than the earlier Billie Holiday if I had to choose between the two.
That was the first jazz CD I've ever bought.
Huh?
The first jazz CD I've ever bought. This one.
So here's the track listing. So first of all, it starts.
Oh,
with
that was the first one you bought, Felipe?
Yes.
I see.
I bought Kind of Blue and this one.
So she starts with "I'm a Fool to Want You," which is a Frank Sinatra song. So number one, Frank used to go see her on 52nd Street before he was anybody. So the fact that she's doing a song of his is probably a thrill for him. And then, you know, it looks like it's all standards, which is not surprising. These are Billie Holiday and Sinatra. These were singers that did standards.
Why do you always have to make it about Sinatra?
Well, I'm just using these great singers of the era to drive home my point, but that's why, I mean, you know, she just did standards, and they're great listens because you learn these, and then you hear like all of a sudden Miles is doing it, or Lee Morgan's covering it, or whomever, and that's basically how I got into jazz. That's why I always talk about Sinatra, because he basically gave me my like a base of the standards to then go and hear how other people interpreted them. So anyway.
But he, you know, then Billie Holiday, you know, and Sinatra, you got to think of them together because, you know, like Mike said, he used to go hear her, and that whole Billie Holiday, you know, you have to listen to me, you have to listen to young Billie Holiday to really understand her late in her career. And Sinatra listened to her younger stuff because it's that whole thing they say about Billie Holiday, she sang behind the beat. Mm-hmm. And that's what she told Sinatra you need to do. You need to bend a note. And that's, you know, that was essential to his style. Like the album Mike gave me, Small Hours. Man, is that good. I had it on CD, but I hadn't listened to it in years.
Yeah. His vibrato on some of those tracks, it's so it's so good. It's just like it's not like too dynamic. It's like soft, but it you hear it, and he just at that point with where he was like in, I don't know.
Does it make you weak at the knees, Mike?
I think We Small Hours is his best album. I think Sings Only for the Lonely is probably his best sounding record. I think both of those are great. And then, you know, you get into the swinging records like Swingin' Affair and Songs for Swingin' Lovers, and that's like they're totally different songs. But I think in terms of his abilities, those are the two records in their own way that showcase how great he was.
That's fair.
Well, I got this while I was there. I never got this one. But, this was one of the first records when I first started watching Final Community YouTube. Brockett P. Dub. This is one of the ones that he showed that I really liked, and I remember I bought this, but it was like that older Blue Note reissue series, and it was full of non-fill. Yeah. It was total garbage, and I sent it back to Amazon. This is the first time. This one's got a lot of static on it, but I don't think it's damaged. It just needs
How
to
much
be
did you
de-static.
overpay for that?
This wasn't too bad.
Can you say the lineup on that?
Joe Henderson, tenor sax.
Boom.
Bobby Hutcherson, vibes. You know I don't like vibes, but I like it on this album.
Yeah.
Grant Green guitar, of course, and Duke Pearson piano, Bob Crenshaw bass, and Al Harewood drums.
That's the same session for Bobby Hutcherson, the kicker, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'll check that out.
If you like that album, if you like that album, Baggy, which I don't think they've repressed the Tone Poet of the kicker, that's a good one to get.
Yeah, I haven't heard of it. I guess we lost.
Where did Mike go?
Yeah.
I think
He was insulted you showed that album.
Well, I was going to ask. They have that.
Ago, right?
Huh?
I think the kicker was repressed a few months ago, right?
Yeah, but they had like 50 of them or something. I missed out on. I'm still butthurt about it.
They had. I'm excited about that Albert King that's coming out next month, and this month I didn't know about it, but they had their new releases. They had John Lee Hooker crafted that album.
They did two, Baggy.
Yeah. They did two?
Yes.
Yeah, they did. The one he did with a bunch of people, which I have. What is that one called?
Well, the one that has Lagrange on it was the one they had at this Lee's Records, and I wanted to get it, but I have to wait because I shouldn't even bought this extra Grant Green one.
You know, Amoeba has the one. I bought it they misstickered it for 17. They have 2 more copies there. I looked today that were $17. That's the one that came out 2 months ago, and then the Burn just came out today.
Speaking of blues, has anyone tried that Verve by Request? It's a guy standing out in front of a store. I forgot what I just looked at it.
It's chicken fat. It's
yeah. Is that good?
I have an
Is
OG.
that Oregon?
I found an OG of it. It's a really good record.
Is that Oregon though?
No, guitar.
Okay,
it's guitar.
I gotta check that out.
Speaking of Oregon, did anybody pre-order the Eddie Lockjaw Davis with Shirley Scott for LP?
Yeah,
I think we should do. I think when we all get that, we should do a video.
Yeah, we should all hold it up at the same time.
We'll all hold it up. Give each other high fives. I don't know. I mean, I hope people are getting that because I feel like it's not. I don't feel like it's the obvious choice, and I feel like craft. That's like their theme,
right?
And I didn't jump on it right away, but after I streamed it, I mean, those are great records.
Yeah. The good news is it should do well. Same with the Sonny.
The Sonny Rollins is going to do well,
right? So that means that they'll make more of those. I'm guessing. I'm getting based on the Ornette Coleman box. That's what probably did well.
Oh, good. It looks like some people are getting it here. So Joe, yeah, we got a couple people getting it. Cool.
And I have 2 OGs from that box set, but I'm still buying it. And I picked them up for cheap from Carolina Soul, but I'm still
I had, the twofer, the cookbook twofer sounds amazing. I sold that. And you can easily find that in really good condition, cheap.
So. Yeah, you could sell those other ones, Mike, if you wanted to, like on discount.
Yeah. And there's some like late Lockjaw on Steeplechase that's really good. One of them's called "Swinging Till the Girls Come Home." That's really good. I
can feel it.
I can't recall the other title. But
he's also on a lot of Pablos as a side person.
Yeah.
But he died kind of young, right? 60s-ish, no?
Probably, yeah. I mean, yeah.
He has Swinging Till the Girls Come Home, and then All of Me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then
he has a couple Muse records.
Yeah.
I've got a Bethlehem with him on it. Weird.
I don't know. I'm trying to see if I have any of his stuff. Let me see.
Yeah, he has an extensive, discography.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. I got a few. I got the Record Store Days of Joe Davis, which is really good. And I got a twofer.
No, I sent you that, right?
Yes.
That's one of the ones that Chad brought up.
It's pretty good. And the green label. I like those green labels.
No, it sounds. Have you listened to it yet?
Yeah.
It sounds good, right?
Yeah.
That's not hard to find, that one.
Is he on Bassy Jam?
Yeah.
Okay, I have that.
I have quite a few. He's on Very Saxy too. That one that you have.
I have that OG.
Yeah, and then
I have a bunch. I have a bunch of OG prestiges with him.
That's cool.
Yeah, he did stuff with Johnny Griffin also.
Yeah. I have two twofers with him and Johnny Griffin.
Yeah.
That's not the tenor scene that's in the Prestige series that they're issued is within.
Right.
It's great. I did think it was funny though that Chad's video was like 6 blues records and then 14 tenor sax records. Like
Chad's a blues guy. That's his core. That's like his. Like I feel like that's what it all started with is those old blues guys.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So it doesn't surprise me. But yeah, I mean, he did pick he didn't pick. Oh, he did pick standard Coltrane. I forget what else he picked. But did he pick any of the Dolphys?
That's too weird for him. Hey, 69 Mega. What's up?
Oh, great. Thanks for joining.
I wanted to ask you guys for a couple weeks because when you guys did the Record Store Day video, you didn't mention Medeski, Martin, and Wood, and I didn't know what you guys' the status or knowledge of that group is, because for me, when I first started getting into jazz in the early 90s, they were huge. They were touring all over the place, and they were like synonymous with jazz at the time.
But what kind of jazz?
Yeah, 90s jazz.
Really?
Yeah.
I think it's fusion.
Was that during your Kenny G period, Baggy?
Yeah, so I would recommend getting that album for Record Store Day if you don't already have it, or at least streaming them and getting into them. I think Chris would like them. I don't know about Mike. I think Felipe and Chris would definitely like them.
I mean, I might not like them, but I'm just reading about them, and they're described as their musical influences include funk and hip hop, and then also something described as avant-garde, which I've never heard of. So
if you like the meters, that's like they're like a modern day meters to me, but they're definitely jazz. They improvise and they were just like they were a huge band, not in the early 90s, in the late 90s for us, but that was kind of like our gateway into the wider world of jazz or the historical world of jazz. But yeah, they were definitely cool. There's a little bit of crossover between Fish fans and Deadhead fans and stuff in them, but because they're kind of jam bandy, but they're definitely like something that should be on your guys' radar if you haven't checked them out.
Cool. It says they're from Brooklyn. Yeah. So Mike, have you heard of these guys?
Mike's got to know all about them.
Yeah, I mean they had, they still do. I don't want to say they had, but there was a time where they were, I guess, more popular than they are now, and they're excellent musicians. I have I enjoy their music. It wasn't a gateway for me. It was, during that time where there was so much going on. I mean, they used to perform. They did some stuff at the Knitting Factory in New York. They were hugely popular. But I get what Baggy said. I know a lot of people that didn't necessarily consider themselves interested in jazz that loved them. That was their point. They said, "Oh yeah, those guys."
Were they Blue Note artists?
Like they have all these like influences, but they're a trio. So it's piano, bass, and drums.
It's organ.
Or organ?
Well, it's organ. It's organ. Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah. I see it here. Okay.
I'm sure. That, I don't know if he might play piano, electric piano, and stuff like that.
Interesting. Cool.
But check it out. Check out like their most famous releases. You might. I think Chris would dig it probably. Felipe more so than Mike.
Wow.
But
wow.
No, I don't know if that's in your wheelhouse.
You're
You're
probably right.
But if you, but I don't know. Maybe I still think you
I
should
feel like
check it out.
you know what I like. So
I gave up on getting mad at Mike for stuff he doesn't like a long time ago.
I'm finding I want to find reasons not to like stuff. So I don't.
You had a bone to pick with him 5 minutes ago.
True.
Chris, now it's like Joe Henderson, Kenny Burrell, right?
No. Yeah.
What? You don't like Joe Henderson, Mike?
Well, I wasn't. Not that I didn't. So the thing is, like, I get really fixated on people.
Yeah.
And when I'm doing that, and like Felipe is like, "Oh, check out this artist," I'm like, I don't care about this artist. I'm focused on this guy. This is the guy, you know. And I feel like that's the thing. So I finally have like come around to like in my own way to these artists, and now I'm really appreciating them. And you know, that's kind of my approach. So it's not, I mean, I like kind of curveballs to it, you know, but I feel like generally, like, I can get pretty obsessive about a certain thing, and I really, I don't care about the new tone poet. I don't care about this. I just want this.
Remember the famous Carmel Jones period?
I have all the
2 months
Carmel
ago?
Jones.
That's all. It was like, here's my impression of Mike 2 months ago. Blah, 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 Carmel Jones.
My
Blah,
new
blah,
guy
blah,
is Woody
Carmel
Shaw.
Jones.
I'm really trying to understand him much at a deeper level. And the problem is that all his stuff is not all his stuff, but a lot of his stuff that I want is pricey. So it won't be as easy as Jimmy Heath or Sam Jones or Carmel Jones.
Yeah, and then it seems like the Woody Shaw stuff has gotten pricier recently.
Not in my experience.
Yeah, I mean, a year or two ago, I mean,
you know what it is? I have a theory. I think that I got into jazz at around the same time a lot of new people got into jazz a few years ago. And I think from my own experience, like now I've really gone deep with all the 50s stuff and 60s stuff. And I've really kind of explored that to, you know, and now I'm like ready to look at other stuff. And I think there's a lot of people in the same boat as me now.
Oh yeah.
We're all kind of like going through and we all have the same taste. Maybe.
Yeah, it sucks because we're all trying to buy the same shit from the 70s. And that's
I swear, like Mike, what you were saying, like Woody Shaw and Muse or something just a couple years ago, like that was, I had, you know, no visibility into that. And now it's like, if I see that, I'm drooling, you know?
Well, but that's because it seems like they didn't press a lot of those Muse titles and they didn't reissue them.
Yeah.
No, they never reissued.
Yeah.
There's a really good Muse recording.
Mark, this is like $150 record.
Yeah, it that one is definitely.
Oh yeah.
And it's a double record and it's on Contemporary. So Kraft could put that out.
I'm refusing to listen to it until I can get a vinyl copy, which I know Chris can do this as well.
Hey, you know what? Mike knows the tones. I think it's more, that album seems to me like his, even though it was his first album as a leader, it's sort of like his Bitches Brew. Am I wrong about that?
No, I think that's a fair. Yeah.
Well, last time we mentioned this is that Bitches Brew came out in 70, and then Woody Shaw was in the studio with Contemporary in 70. So he was a person of, you know, he probably was very influenced by Miles, and he knew that's where it was, and he probably used that as a, you know, inspiration.
I find a lot of his stuff sounds like Miles. Hey, I have a challenge for you, Mike.
Which
Jazz
one?
Mike.
Okay.
I want you, what's that site you go to set up a petition?
Change.org.
Yeah, let's set up, not change, there's more like a regular, not like one to really have change.
Yeah.
Let's do one to get Kraft to reissue that album.
That'd be
Let's
good.
see how many people we
Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's do that.
I dare you to do that, Mike.
Yeah, I'll set that up, or if somebody else does it before me, but I'll do it tomorrow at some point.
How many people here will do all their best to get people to sign a petition for Kraft to reissue
Yeah.
that Woody Shaw record?
Yeah, let's do it.
I'll do it.
I'm sure we could at least get 20, 30 people.
No, we got a bunch of subscribers.
No, if you could post it on all the user groups on Facebook, come on.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah.
People definitely get into it. So
is somebody watching like another YouTube video while they're on the stream?
Yeah.
What's that?
I keep hearing weird noises. I don't know.
Yeah.
Music.
This time it's definitely not me.
Not me.
No, for sure.
Not me, but I can.
So Mike and Rob, I was checking.
Fucking bad, yeah.
I didn't think it was that loud.
What were you doing?
I was playing guitar.
Very, very softly with me.
You want to show that? Let's make you big.
I already showed it. I showed it on Rachel's stream.
Hold on. Let's
Yeah,
get it.
show it on our stream too,
That's
but-
beautiful.
Nice.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
It's called Surf Pearl.
All right. Do what you bought it for. Do your Michael J. Fox from Back to the Future.
You know, I'd like to learn that. I think I am going to learn that.
Isn't that Go Johnny Go?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
There's a million lessons on there.
Yeah. Yeah, and some in the comments, who was it? Regine mentioned the Eastern Rebellion, and he asked about the tidal wave reissues.
Yeah.
The Eastern Rebellion is really a Cedar Walton, you know.
Yeah, but they're two, Mike.
Mm-hmm.
There's the tidal wave, which I find their pressings are very iffy.
Yeah.
And then there's Music on Vinyl did a reissue of it for the Timeless.
What a cover!
Anniversary.
Yeah.
I need to buy that. Is the Music on Vinyl one good? Does anybody have it?
I have the Black Ballads reissue, and it's
Yes.
outstanding.
Do you guys have you guys seen this Rick Ballard imports?
Very famous store. I find tons of records.
Yeah, very famous. He used to be like the big importer for like everything.
So Timeless is not a U.S. label; it's a European label. I forget exactly where.
I think it's Dutch.
Yeah, it is. And yeah, I mean, they put out. I have a few of their records.
Yeah.
I have an Art Blakey from them, and something, a couple others as well.
I have. Well, right now, Music on Vinyl is doing like a long reissue of Timeless records. I have the Black Archie Shepp Horace Parlane Black Ballads double album, awesome. I have the Barney Weiland. I think it's French. It's music, French movie music, something that's good. But I have a ton of Timeless records. I bought a collection at a garage sale.
This one's really good.
Yeah.
And the thing is, Timeless, they were put out in the United States by Muse. So you can get this as well. It's a Timeless Muse record with a different cover, but it's Ichiban. And it has Woody Shaw, Ronnie Matthews, Junior Cook, Louis Hayes. I mean, it's a great record.
Yeah.
Pull out more.
And the tidal waves is also, I think it was just recently announced. They're putting out, and I want to say it was probably a Timeless record. The pianist John Hicks, Idris Muhammad on drums. I can't remember who the bass player is, but they're reissuing that next month.
Is it a trio?
Yeah, and John Hicks. Yeah, John Hicks was an excellent pianist.
It's John. I think it's John Hicks. Ray,
Is that the record store day?
Ray Drummond and Idris Muhammad.
Yeah.
I thought that never came out.
That came out. I have a copy of that.
When
They
did it finally come
came out. I think they kind of staggered them out. Some
Yeah.
people got them. I haven't cracked this open yet because this came out in the U.S. on Muse separate because it was released in part 1 and part 2. But for Record Store Day, it's.
Oh, really? That was on Muse?
See,
in the U.S.
I thought the one that's coming out this time was I thought they just pushed it to this. So this one that's coming out is
Okay,
not
so this
that.
was a record store day first. So
that makes sense.
now it's coming out after the first.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, so the one that's coming out on April is this one.
Yeah, here the
Just
other
a different
one.
version.
You know that one below there, that Art Blakey, actually has a pretty killer lineup.
Yeah.
Which one? This one?
No, the one. Turn it around. Turn it around. Yeah, that. No, turn it around. Sorry.
No.
The second one. Below.
The OB strip, the back of the OB strip, where they're previewing other records.
Right
that
there.
One, that's
Isn't that his last album?
Hold on. Let me look at the lineup.
Yeah, that might have been his last album.
It's from the 90s.
Because vinyl needs the color variant on it.
Okay, so it was recorded in 1990 on Timeless, and it's not his last record. Bluesia Triangle is after this at least. And he has Art Blakey drums, Brian Lynch trumpet, Steve Davis, Frank Lacey trombone, Dave Barlow, Javon Jackson, which is who I was interested in.
Javon Jackson.
Yeah.
Is,
I was listening to some of his stuff. It's killer. He's tenor sax, and then Jeff Keyser on piano, and Eastis Akan Eastis is on bass.
Now, Art Blakey rocked.
That's it. He's a phenomenal bass player.
Art Blakey rocked the cargo shorts before anyone. But I have this one.
Looks like a fisherman.
This is a noisy ass record.
It is, but it's great. It's noisy, but it's great.
Yeah, that's the problem. Listen, I know you watch this Light in the Attic. Go to a fucking different pressing plant than you go to.
Yeah, or don't press.
All right, I'm opening this.
Yeah, Christopher, you're right. At Bluesiana Triangle, that is with Dr. John.
Oh,
good lord!
Good lord! This is a nice cover.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's colored vinyl.
Polyline sleeves. That's nice.
Okay.
So I guess the one coming out now is not colored. Baggy, are you there?
Yeah.
So this album came out in two parts, right? This was the cover of one. And was that the cover? I don't think this was the cover of the other one, was it?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I'm gonna listen to that tomorrow now, though.
Yeah, there's some more.
Do you have this one?
Yeah, I have that. I got it at Record Store Day.
I don't. I didn't get it.
I was gonna sell it, but
just you can listen to it and then put it back in the package. And
Was it at the Black Friday one? Because I didn't go to that one. They didn't have it at the April June whatever it was last year. Because it was supposed to come out in the summer
no,
spring or
it's
summer
available now. I
pushed.
guess the black vinyl version's available now.
Yeah.
Wasn't any good.
Right in the Attic. You go to a.
Yeah, I don't think it's that hard to get one.
All right, guys, I'm gonna jump, but I want to show one record before I do.
It better not be a Carmel Jones record. I'll tell you.
No, it's gonna be unexpected. So I ordered a record. It was actually the record we did a video on, Rob, the Thad Jones / Frank West record, and he sent it late. He took I didn't think it was that late. He took a week to send it, and he felt bad. So he's like, I shipped another record with it. So I'm like, okay, whatever. And this is something I would never buy myself, but it's clean. The jacket's a little.
Is it the Captain and Tennille record you showed me?
Has some standing on it. No, it's Gene Ammons, and I do have Gene Ammons.
I have that. That's a good.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
Which has a really cool cover on top of just it being a cool record. But it's Gene Ammons, Art Taylor, Ray Barretto, Walter Bishop Jr., Art Davis. It's like, what? So I put this on. It's really good. So I'm
There's a pissed off looking woman on the cover. It's a good album.
You know, I don't want to make equivalencies, but I'm getting into the more Stanley Turrentine, Gene Ammons stuff. I mean, I'm starting to like that a lot more now. And
you should get Blue Hour. Do you have Blue Hour?
Do I have Blue Hour? I don't know. No, that's the one with the three sounds. Yeah, no, I don't have that. But yeah, it's good. It's on the Blue label. It's RVG. He just threw it in for free, and It's cool. I like
If you like Angel Eyes is a good one of his to get.
it. Okay.
You know, a good record that Gene Ammons and Sonny Stitt both play on is called Jug and Sonny.
Yeah.
From Cadet or maybe Argo originally.
Okay, I'm gonna make an exclusive if someone wants to buy this from me because I have it and it's a steal.
Oh God.
I have to clean it. I have to clean it, but it's right here. But hold on, it's here somewhere.
And hey, you see Nicole's comment?
No. Oh yes. Yes, we talked to her before. It's amazing.
Oh, fantastic.
Just heading inside to the 8:30 show. That's awesome.
Amazing. That's I have this. I got this in this week.
All right. So Mike, the next time he plays in the city, we're gonna go.
Okay. This seems like this is the guy, I feel like.
I mean, I don't know how many times I've seen him now, and it's always he's a great performer. He's a great performer.
This is a cool album. It's very different. Every track is very different than the next. It's really, he's exploring so much stuff on this. It's cool.
Okay, Mike, this album right here.
Okay.
This is a twofer.
You're leaving yet, Mike?
Oh.
So these are, I forget which exact albums these are.
Interesting.
It's real. They're really, it's on Verb. Does it say
is it both of them on tenor or is Stitt playing?
Yeah, it's 2 albums they did together. There's the line.
Wow. Oh, cool. Oh, wow.
I don't know any of those people.
So, and they're really nice. They're on the, here they are. Oh, no, that's not it.
But that's not it?
No, that was the Jeff Beck album.
Oh.
Where did they put them?
I was going to say,
they're on like original Verve label. So.
Oh, like the Black Deep Groove?
Yeah. Not Deep Groove, just the black label.
Okay.
I have to clean it, but let me know if you're interested.
All right. Yeah, we'll do. Okay, guys. I'm going to get out of here.
All right, Mike.
Have a good night, everybody.
You too.
Good night.
See ya.
So I figure I have only one Muse record.
Really?
Well, I just ordered a Richard Davis record. Hard to get one. It's expensive. What's the name of it? It's the.
Well, what music record do you have, Felipe? Do you want to show it?
I have a Kenny Dorham. Who's it?
Estropophagy and the Now is Time. And Now is Time. This time.
Yeah. So this is a reissue. It's not. Yeah. The original has a different name and different cover.
Okay.
But it feels pretty good. Very, really good.
Nice. I don't have any Kenny Barron stuff, I don't think. So you're getting, where is that record at? You haven't gotten it yet, Rob?
No, it's in the mail. I actually ordered and won 2 auctions on eBay. I also got technically the first ever Muse record.
Oh yeah.
Sonny Stitt. And plus 12 plus. It was they went out with it as to put the label together as their first album. So I have 2 of the, I guess it was from when the Cobblestone came over. I have the 2 Sonny Stitt Cobblestones, but he did like 5 or 6 more records for Muse. And the great lineup. This one, and then I got hold on a second. I'll tell you all the ones I got. So I got that.
Man, I haven't bought any records in like a month now, hardly.
Yeah. And I can
issues.
There's a Muse album that's really good, and it's probably pretty cheap. It's by Donald Brown. It's called Sources of Inspiration. It has Gary Bart on alto and soprano, Buster Williams on bass, Carl Allen on drums, Eddie Henderson on trumpet and flugelhorn. It's really good. It's really good.
It came out in 1990. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
That's
wow.
Interesting. As we all look at the record. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna check that one out. Adding it to my want list. Boom. Now, if you want, Rob, you could go to my want list and you could purchase records for me and send them.
I have like a stack of records for your stupid ass.
I've been asking you to send them for a month, bro. Come on, send me your records. Tell me how much I need to pay you.
And that Donald Brown is also a Van Gelder recording.
Oh, nice.
There's a lot. You know what I picked up? Jeez, I wish I picked up this guitar player on Muse for $5. It's really good. The Bash. What's that guy's name? It's somewhere around here.
Yeah, I think you showed us. I don't know if you showed us. On the
Yeah, I
screen.
sent it to you guys privately.
Yeah.
That got, a lot of them got Van Gelder in the dead wax.
Yeah.
That Felipe, that Kenny Dorham was a Jazz Time originally.
Yeah, just time. What was the title, Baggy?
Same title.
Same title, but a different cover, right?
It says here on. It said that Muse released because I don't know about Muse. I was just looking it up. I guess they re-released a lot of Cobblestone.
Yeah.
When they because they started in 1972, but that particular Dorham, because it looked cool, was a reissue of Jazz Time.
Yeah, it's called the Muse Forever series.
You know, these electro musicians don't really sound so great.
They don't. Yeah, I agree.
I don't understand why they don't sound great.
That's a horrible live recording. It's just bad.
Well, I have a bunch of records I didn't show. I did a video, and these would be good to show. Okay.
All right.
Oh, so here's the Muse record I got, and I highly suggest you get this. It's not that much. It's really good. Do you know this one, Mike?
No, but I know everyone except I know Albert Daly, and of course Buster Williams and Eddie Gladden.
He sounds kind of Kenny Burrell-ish.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
And it's really, I'd say this is a good cheap heat.
Mm-hmm.
Van Gelder and the Dead Wax, and highly suggest it.
Well, add it to my pile, man.
Yeah.
You could stick it where the sun don't shine. I'll tell you that one.
Philippe, it's. Oh, sorry.
So I got this is an OG Van Gelder. Picked this up for $12.
Nice.
That's so funny.
Oh man.
I did get this sealed. This was the original price. I paid $30 for this. This is great.
Yes.
This sounds like this is, if you want to call something psych jazz, that's this.
Mm-hmm.
But I gotta imagine the original cover was better than this. This is very dark. Okay, guess how much I paid for this one?
I don't want to hear it.
$5.
Okay, here's the funny thing about this one. It had a sticker on the front that said, "Plays better than it looks." This thing looks PG plus. This was $8.
Nice.
So it's on that. It's a second pressing.
Yeah.
All right, this was $30. So,
that's cool. Was it any good?
Yeah. You know, like I think that Green is Beautiful is the elevator music.
Yeah.
He does do a bunch of covers on here, but it's really good. You know, and when he got into the 70s, he started doing kind of funk.
Yeah.
And this has a mixture of old Grant Green and newer funk. It's good. The reason I already had this, but the reason I picked this up, which this is an essential twofer, because these are great. But look who signed it.
Sally Struthers?
Yes. Man, you're high as shit.
Who? Read that shit.
It says Steve Swallow, man.
Oh, cool. Swallow.
It came with the Thigh Master.
I would buy. Well, I already have those records, but I want the autograph. So
Put it in my pile. Do you have this one? Okay, this is a good one.
Oh, I like that.
No, I showed it before because the logo with Coca-Cola.
They
But
got
Robert Ludwig mastered this.
That looks
Yeah,
cool.
I would love that.
That looks badass. Sell it to me.
Dude, I have a giant stack. I have to talk to you about one other thing, but I'm going to throw a record in for free.
Oh, yeah.
So, here's the last one. This is good.
Okay. So
This was $7.
That's cool. Have you listened to it?
Yeah, it like I picked up the Sweet Honeybee.
Yeah.
And this is part of his trilogy, Honey Buns.
Okay.
I don't know. It just has the same. But this has a good lineup.
Dick, Johnny Coles, Garrett Brown, Les Pan, James Spaulding, George Coleman. Wow, Pepper Adams. It's pretty badass.
Yeah, and it also this unusual guy who got higher billing, Don Randall. He's crazy good.
Oh man.
Hey, if you could get a Don Randall, you're dreaming to the top.
That's the one thing I don't take off of used records is people's stickers that they had their names on them or whatever. I always leave those.
Yeah.
Hey, he got that label maker for his birthday. He's going to use it.
Exactly.
Yeah, did you know someone, like, there was always one person in your house who was obsessed with that label maker. Everyone else goes, "You bringing out that label maker again?" Just one person liked it.
I used to like turn off cuss words with the label maker when I was like 6. And I'd give them to my friends. It's fun. Oh man.
So, do you have a bunch of Bruce Foreman records, Mark Glassman? Am I right? He sounds like Kenny Burrell.
We don't know. We haven't heard him, Rob.
I'm talking to Mark Glassman. Is your name Mark Glassman? Your name doesn't even rhyme with Mark Glassman.
Oh shit. We don't got any more records to show or what?
I probably do, but
hey, do you think I could sell those Fleetwood Mac records for like $5-8?
Okay, here's the funny thing. I found an OG mint condition.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many available, but if it's a mint condition and you can look it up, yeah, you can.
No, mine's rogue. Piece of shit. I just want to sell it for like $5.
There you go. See, Mark Glassman.
It'll probably be like VG Plus with like a G cover or like a.
I think Bruce Furman. He's still around. Playing. He's still playing.
You see Joe.
Absolutely not, Joe. That costs. That's only for my OnlyFans, sir.
I think Joe Marino is making more of a request.
He may
than
be.
suggested.
That costs a subscription. That's how we're gonna have Jazz subscriptions.
Hey, Joe. I think you have your first subscriber, Chris, to your OnlyFans channel.
I think so. Nice.
Oh, that's funny.
Baggy, how is I haven't been meaning to ask you this. How is the OG Buyers Club going?
He got kicked out.
Yeah.
Here's another Muse.
Well, hang on, I want to know the answer to the question. Did you?
He's gonna go on. He's gonna go on and on about it, and you're never gonna get a straight answer.
That's fair.
Oh my goodness!
Here's the whitest guy on the Muse label.
Oh my gosh!
He's got a tan going. He's playing the
Yeah,
vibe.
he was so ostracized. They made him go play out near the ocean while they recorded the album.
I like his Playmobil haircuts.
Yeah, let's Playmobil haircut.
What's amazing is that they would drag the freaking vibes out there. And just
Put the vibes in salt water. That's
like,
what album did he play on, Lastman?
That's a lot to ask for, Joe. Customer labels, buck cheek, photocopy.
Hey, Joe Marino, reach out to me privately. I'm going to sell that Vinyl Me Please record that you wanted. Reach out to me.
I thought you were saying reach out to me privately for something else.
Yeah, I also have butt cheek photos of Chris. He drunk texted.
It's true. Oh shit. Jader approves of that cover. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
We all bored yet?
I'm revved up from teaching for 4 hours.
We're talking then.
So, Felipe, am I off the hook for going tomorrow? Are you seriously going to have someone go in there?
Hey, I'll tell you.
He forgot
Maggie,
already.
If you go, I'll front you the money. If you go.
Why is it okay? Why is it okay for me to go out in the dangerous roads, but not?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's your errand boy, Rob.
I'm still having residual teaching. So let me teach you something. If you decide to go out tomorrow, I'll front you the money.
That's fair.
Yeah, I wonder if they let us live stream in there so that we could do like a paid, not Pedro. What's his name?
Do a Pedro auction like from the estate.
Who is the guy that in New York when he went and then everyone was flipping through the records and.
Hey, Roberto, listen, if I act this way when I teach, I would be fired. Kids today are very moody and like to complain.
They've been through a lot with the pandemic.
It was Pedro. Yeah, Pedro. Remember when Pedro went to the record store?
He's been on Rachel's stream in months.
He's busy. He streams all the time, but it's in Spanish. I go in there and just say hi. He's
nice.
He always has problems with his microphone connections though.
Yeah.
Easy.
Vote for Pedro.
Easy now. I did go to Sprouts because they have that $5 sandwich special. I went there today.
Sprouts is cool.
It's okay.
Yeah. There's a salad place here that I like because I wanted to go eat healthy, so I went to the salad place and I got the salad and it was like 1,400 calories. What the fuck, man?
Well, you tell them to not put croutons on it.
It's like I ate 2 fucking Big Mac meals just from eating this fucking salad.
Oh, now what kind of salad was it called?
It was like blue.
Was it called the cholesterol special?
Oh, fuck, dude. Fucking blue cheese and oil, you know. Yeah, it was fucking great though.
Do you ever eat at Macaroni Grill? Because they have like the most caloric food there is.
Dude, Macaroni Grill, like back in the 90s and 2000s, was really good.
You live in the home of Cabar. What's that one? The Italian one? Carbaros?
Carabas.
Yeah, Carabas. They started in Texas.
I've never been there.
All right, Mike. What albums did you have? You were going to show them?
Yeah, just 3. When I was in one of the schools we went to see was Auburn University, and the town next to it, Opelika, where my family is from. They have this really great record store, and they have a website. The record store is called 10,000 Hertz, and so I went there. It was a nice, really nice setup. And some of the prices were really good. I picked up this one here, this OG, and this isn't really an expensive.
I don't think any of their stuff is expensive, is it?
No, it's not expensive at all. This was like $17.
Yeah,
VG plus, and I've actually played it because in the place we're staying in New Orleans, they have a Denon turntable and some speakers. So
nice.
It sounds really good. And
That's
then I picked up this Max Roach on the Time label.
Oh, cool.
And
what was that? What was that label? I don't know that.
Oh, they have them. There's a Max Roach trio with Sonny Clark on this label, I believe. And this has, I'll just flip it, the Booker Little, Arthur Davis, George Coleman, and Ray Draper.
Wow.
And this is also like dirt cheap. The vinyl is in also VG plus.
Yeah.
And then
I have some time records.
Yeah.
And
I
then
have Kenny Dorham on this one.
yeah, and just hanging out with Mike.
No, he rubbed off on you in a bad way.
I think he recommended this Frank Sinatra, and they had this is a mono copy that was sealed.
Cool.
And I think it was like $8 or something like that. And it just has a little hole punch over there. But I picked that up. And then they had a really nice OG wall. I thought their prices were pretty high, but like I said, they have a website and you can check it out.
I think I've heard of them.
Huh?
I've heard of that store. 10,000.
Yeah, I bought something like a year ago. I bought a Pharoah Sanders from them a year ago, and they shipped it to me, and it was, a really good album. But I thought some of their stuff was, priced a little too high, like some of their OG stuff. But then they had one thing I wanted. I have this Sam Rivers called New Conception. I have a Liberty pressing, which is probably the second pressing, and it's all Sam Rivers doing standards, and it's a really excellent album. They had an OG of that, and they were selling it for $129, and I was really thinking about getting it. Then I checked on the website, someone grabbed it.
Oh shit!
Well, tonight I saw it again at Amoeba.
Yeah.
There's that label, Heavenly Sweetness.
Yeah.
Which Joe Harley, I did a post, and he goes, their stuff is digital.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a French label who did all these Blue Note reissues in maybe 8 years ago, something. Mm-hmm. I did have Duke Pearson's Yahoo, which sounded really awesome, but then I found a DMM. So I sold it for a bunch of money. So they have a copy for $50 of that album at Amoeba.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I got my Liberty pressing, I posted it on Instagram, and I said that this should be a tone poet.
Yeah.
And Joe Harley responded. I don't know if he gave like a little thumbs up or whatever the response was, but that's a perfect candidate for a tone poet. Because it's all Sam Rivers, and it's all standards, and it's just a really good, an excellent recording.
I would have bought it if it wasn't $50.
Yeah, yeah. But I think I paid a little over $50 for my Liberty pressing. So.
Wow.
They had a copy of Sam Rivers' Sizzle, which is like a later album, but I didn't. They had that for $20. I didn't buy that.
Yeah, there's some other Sam Rivers stuff I have to get, but I have to go through that discography thing that I have with his.
I have that ECM record he did. I have an OG of that.
Yeah, I mean he did so much. He did so much stuff.
Well, you get the next month classic is a must get.
What is it?
It is. I actually pre-ordered it, but I may cancel it because I have the Music Matters.
Oh yeah.
45.
Which is still available. The 45 you could still get.
Yeah. So we'll see if I cancel.
I think they have it for 75. Do they have it for, or is it over 100 now? It's over 100.
I don't know, because I bought it when I bought it, it was maybe it was 59. Because you know how the Music Matters thing goes. They fluctuate in price sometimes. So
yeah.
I'm looking now how much they have it for. I just don't want to keep flipping them,
Yeah.
I mean, somebody asked Felipe earlier, but I forgot to ask him what the status of their website is. Like, are they about done, or
No, they have plenty in stock.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I mean, if you were in your right mind, like here right now, I should really be ordering this Elvin Jones record.
Oh yeah.
Which one? Which one?
And
putting it together
with Joe Farrell.
I mean, but they also the one I just showed, Genesis. They have that for $75.
Yeah, I mean that stuff is killer. And if you think about, you say, oh, it's expensive, but you rather pay like $100 for a Music Matters perfect sounding one than the beat up OG for the same price.
Okay, they have the Sam Rivers for $100.
Yeah. So yeah, when I bought it was and I think it was maybe around 59, and it wasn't that long. I mean, maybe it was over a year ago, but I just bought the Elvin Jones, and there's a maybe 2-3 weeks ago, and the Horace Parlin from Music Matters.
Yeah.
And they were what was it, like 59 or something each?
Oh wow.
I think it was that.
So their prices go about inventory. As inventory decreases, prices increase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So whatever they for cheaper, they have more copies.
Like the JR, they have a bunch, but I mean the prices have gone up. They have the Jackie McLean swinging.
Yeah. My very first Music Matters. It's amazing.
How's that album?
It's amazing. I love it.
Yeah.
They have that for $50.
Yeah. Still the same price. People, I don't get it. You know, people should
considering how much the analog productions cost. It's not that.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Big of a stretch.
No.
It depends on the title. Their 45s can go for quite a lot. Depends on the title.
Yeah, man, if you can get some of these records for $50-$75, I'm down with that. But man, I don't really want to pay $300-$400 for them.
But here's the problem. They're up the road for me. You have to order $200 worth of shit to get free shipping.
Yeah. It's like Mofi and shit, man. You buy from Mofi, it's always $10. Like, come on, man.
But then, what is it? What if you mean is it different if you buy from Music Direct? Or?
It may be.
No, Music Direct free shipping over 50 or free shipping and there's so much shit coming out right now. Ugh. In that record day.
You know that Inherit the Wind. I canceled that. I could have sworn on Stack of Bibles I canceled that order because I found an original that I liked, and I just got a notice that it was shipped, and I was like looking through my emails trying to find where I sent them a notice to cancel it, but I can't find any proof. And now, and they charge $15 shipping for that fucking thing. It's costing me $137 for that record. I was like, it's the last one of those I get.
That sucks.
And
I'll show it to you when I get it.
yeah, I've got. I mean, I know it's like since I've been on the road, I've been like monitoring all the stuff that's been coming. I think I got like at least like eight albums that are like at home like waiting.
Nice. It's fun to open up. You should make a video on your YouTube channel about it.
Yeah, I should make a video about anything on my YouTube. I'm like so far behind. But I know the Art Pepper, they said that arrived today, even though it's funny, I ordered the stereo and I forgot about it because it was so long.
Yeah.
Long ago. So that arrived today. That John Lee Hooker arrived today. And then I think the Krista McBride new recording may be out for delivery. Hopefully it'll come tomorrow. But I mean, I've got just so much stuff, and then there's some stuff that I ordered off of Discogs that help.
I took a picture of the wall at Amoeba tonight and sent it. Here's what they had on the wall.
That's an iPhone. It's an OG. What's that? Or Music Matters?
Yeah.
But the one under it, that's a record they need to redo.
Yeah.
This Ray Brown 45 RPM. People say that is one of the best sounding records.
Yeah, that is a good sounding record.
Yeah, no, but it's a lot of money now.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, that Lee Marga is not so bad, Rob.
But I found a Van Gelder's Blue Label.
Yeah,
For
that's
30,
what
mine's $30. I'm happy with that.
yeah, that's what I have too.
Do you have the SRX as well or no?
No, I just have that Blue Label. I'm happy with that too. Yeah.
Felipe is going to buy that one from him even now.
No, it has to drop. No, it's too much.
Yeah, well, you said it wasn't that bad. What do you mean it's too much? Come on.
Well, compared to the price that other stuff is going for.
Well, actually, you know what? A lot of their wall stuff, Mike, they had that Barney Weiland Africa album. I forget what it's called. Begins with an M.
Mm-hmm.
It's avant-garde with he recorded a lot of like cultural.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so they put out a version with a DVD, but a hand printed cover. They had it for $75. The Lee Morgan goes for $300. So it's weird how they price things there.
Yeah,
like the Grant Green album I found, they should have put it on the wall for $100 or $80. They had it in the thing for $50. So
yeah, I don't like when I was at the place in Alabama. I mean, I saw one really, and maybe because I don't know, it was one really good, and I should have bought it. It's actually still on the website. The Stanley Turrentine. It was really, I thought it was inexpensive, and I sort of passed on it. But I was like, that's a really cheap price. But then some other stuff, like they had some Red Garland OGs that were like $130. I was like, no, I'm not doing that.
Hey, Roberto, where did you hear that Chad's repressing that album? Where'd you hear that?
What album?
The one I showed.
He says he doesn't know which album.
I never heard of it.
I don't even know if he has any Ray Brown albums.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what deal would he have where he would have Ray
I have
Brown.
a few. I have a few Ray Brown albums.
Because I know a lot of the Ray Brown stuff that I have is on Concord.
Which video, Roberto, did he reply to your comment on?
Yeah,
I have a comment. We're running it. Yeah, this is off right now.
This is the end of the stream, possibly.
I'm trying to figure. What else did I get?
When are you headed home, Mike?
Sunday morning.
Do you have any more places to look at?
No. We're done. We did 2 schools today, and I'm just freaking exhausted.
Are you? Did you go to? Are you going to LSU?
No.
Okay. There's a really good restaurant at LSU. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
Chimes. Called Chimes.
I just think because we're so exhausted. My daughter she did ask about LSU, but I mean we can come down here. I would love, I'm up for coming down here again.
Did you go to Mother's? Have you been to Mother's?
Oh yeah, I've been to Mother's a lot of times because I went to school down here. So
I know.
Yeah.
My stepmother worked for Bro for like 20 years.
Oh yeah.
So they used to come up all the time. I used to go into the office because they had tons of free community coffee. I love that.
And so any excuse to get back down here is I'm fine with it.
That's the album, Solar Energy. What other places are? Commander's Palace. Come on.
Yeah, and then we went to we're staying in what's called a warehouse district. We went to Emerald Lagasse restaurant called Merrill's last night.
Yeah.
And oh man, they had this really
You
good
gotta-
gumbo that was fantastic. It was, chicken and andouille sausage. It was amazing.
Did you go to Willie Mays?
We're going tomorrow.
Ah,
We're going tomorrow morning.
They opened in L.A. They
Oh,
opened
is that right?
Yeah.
Oh man, what's really funny about that? The guy that owns the chef that owns not that one and a bunch of other restaurants. August. He got caught up in the whole sexual harassment thing.
Mm-hmm.
Around the whole time, like Mario Batali and all those guys got caught up in it. And so he's no longer the face of his whole restaurant group, but it's still operating. John Besh, and they're great restaurants.
Oh, John Besh got caught up in the sexual thing?
Yeah. Yes. Wow. Yeah. And they're great restaurants.
No, he's really good. He had a PBS cooking show for a long time.
Yeah. That's why he no longer has a cooking show.
Yeah, exactly.
But we're going that tomorrow. And where are we going? And then we wanted to go to another great place down here called Cochon. And the earliest reservation we get was like 9 o'clock. But we found another place, and I'll post pictures of the meal there that I wanted to go there. So you always have your choice of restaurants.
All right, I'm looking at Roberto's comment.
Okay.
The usual suspects. There's Melinda Murphy. There's KRWD. That's people I know from streams.
Yeah.
There's. Okay, I'm looking. There's Elvis Presley's. No. New York City. How far down are you, Roberto?
That's fair, Mark. You don't get caught up in sexual assault.
Well, I don't. The thing with John Besh, I don't know. I don't think it's not like Mario Batali.
Right.
Yeah.
I think
probably just said the wrong things to the wrong people.
There were accusations, and the restaurant group said, "We're going to get out ahead of it, and you're not going to be the face of the restaurant group."
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, one of our favorites, Jazz Bums. One of our favorites has a comment here. Big surprise. The Rev has a comment.
Yeah.
And one of our favorites has a very kiss ass comment, by the way. Jazz Bums. That's all I'll say to that.
Well, what is the comment that Roberto made?
I don't know. He's way down here. He's at like the bottom. Okay. Here's Roberto's comment. Okay. And it's very impressive, Roberto, that your comment's like 100 down and Chad responded to it.
It is impressive.
So here's Roberto's comment. Can I share screen? Why don't I share screen?
Just read it.
Sure, yeah.
Listen, man, I don't need your crap here.
You can share screen if you can figure out how to do it, but I don't know how to let you do it.
I know how to do it.
Well,
I'm a pro at this. Okay, you see it?
You're a pro.
Do you see it?
Yeah.
Any plans of repressing the Fantasy 45 series? You resurrected the Prestige Stereo Mono series. Why not do the same for the Fantasy? Just asking for a friend.
Hang on, I didn't see it because I didn't add it to the stream. So
you suck. You suck. All right, I read that. So here's Chad's response.
Zoom. Can't read it, man.
Please do me a favor and tell your friends that I'm not positive. We could do a few, but does that sound like Chad? But when this ever happens, it will not be anytime soon, like not in the next few years. We have these available for years, but now we have a lot of new LPs, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
I'm definitely open to new reissues.
Mm-hmm.
always trust that you are blah blah blah. I'll tell Dr. Cry. Okay, Chad's response. Well, I think Roberto will be smiling soon, and as long as he, well, whatever. Oh, and when we get the opportunity to repress something like Solar Energy or Jimmy Reed or Prestige, etc., we will. So, okay, Roberto, you're right, but it's 8 years from now.
Yeah. Looks like it might come out before you're dead, maybe.
Kudos to you, Roberto. He left all those stupid asses and he didn't reply to those.
Yeah.
But he replied to you.
Exactly.
Did I make a comment?
Can you make a comment or did you make a comment? I don't know.
Yeah, you commented on that video?
I always told Chad how much I love him and
does he respond to you?
How great he
because
sounds.
You're no Roberto, Baggy.
I know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He was upset, that's why.
He's always, that's his default setting.
Yeah, it's funny if you call and say, hey, do you have any of this record that you used to have? It pisses him off. It's like he gets fucking triggered. I told you a bomb when it came out. Dude, just it's okay for people that has to buy shit from you. You don't have to get buttered.
Yeah. Now he knows your name and he's gonna screw up all your orders. Because he knows my name and my fucking order I ordered 2 weeks ago is held up for weather issues.
Yeah, that's what happens when you fuck with the bull, you get the horns, man.
Hey, look, I was just being who I am. I can only be me.
I know, I'm just kidding. I don't know what happened. They had him all riled up before you even started speaking, dude. It was so,
they were talking no end of shit about Rob for like a good 20 minutes, saying, "Oh, Rob, he's so picky," and he said he's they were just going on and on about you.
Wait, I was my friend so my friend met Mike Esposito.
Yeah.
My friend was in Phoenix and I hooked them up to have a conversation. And my friend is so oblivious to all this stuff. But he said to Mike, yeah, I was driving with Rob in the car and he pulled up the stream on his phone and they were talking about him. And we were watching it in the car for 20 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Then when I got back to his place, I got on the computer.
Wow. So you were watching it while you were driving?
For the what Baggy said, for the 20 minutes they were talking bad about me.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's not true. You can't say that about my friend Rob. You guys take that back.
Well,
and they just went on and on and on.
Man. Good.
Well, thank you for defending me to nothingness.
Oh shit, that's hilarious.
Not one of my comments was highlighted by Rachel. Rachel was had a big Cheshire cat grin on her face the whole time.
Remark. Now, yeah, but Chad will read the comments because I remember on a couple of those streams, he'll like just start like Michael will be asking a question and he'll just like reacting to somebody in the chat. It's pretty funny.
Okay, Tim, what do you think the announcement's going to be? You seem to have good vibes about things.
Who?
Tim, University of Vinyl.
Oh, okay. Next announcement in 2 weeks.
Remember, I said it was going to be a Piper at the Gates of Dawn, and everyone had a fit.
Yeah, because you're wrong.
What if I'm right, though? I'll win. I won't win anything.
I
but
think you have a better chance of being struck by lightning.
If you're correct, then you can give Chad $40 for a copy of it.
He always does weird shit, and everyone goes, "Why is he doing that?" So I just thought, why shouldn't I be right on that? Then?
Jose, how's it ballads? He already issued that.
No, that it's probably ballads because everybody's seen the cover for ballads.
I thought it was his.
Yeah.
I thought it was his tape box.
I don't know, man. If he puts that ballads
Put it out on tape.
Coltrane ballads.
Yeah.
If it's ballads, I'm gonna
No.
take a dump in a bag and mail it to him.
Yeah,
That's
what's
impossible. They
what's
just did the
purpose
verb.
of that? I mean,
They just did the verb thing. No, it's not
yeah,
ballads.
yeah, you did the verb thing. I mean, yeah.
It's not going to be jazz.
But here's the thing. Is it ballads? I don't know.
There was a video where he showed the artwork for ballads.
If it's ballads, here's the deal. If it's ballads, Baggy, I'm gonna buy you a trombone. But the condition is you need to follow Chad around and go.
Yeah.
Well, well, I guess I don't know. Does ballads need a UHQR of ballads?
No.
That's not. That's
Verve-
nobody's. That's
Verve
no
was
one's
stick
favorite Coltrane album.
It's
Like
still
we were
in.
saying earlier,
It's a very good Coltrane album, and
it's a compilation, isn't it?
No.
No.
Well, it's a
still in
rebrand because
print.
it was.
It's still in print as the Verve series.
Right, exactly. I just don't think it needs a
It's a re-release of when he was when he wasn't even a leader on it, right? Isn't that what it is? Or
No. That's
one of those are.
That's the quartet. I just don't think. I'm not thinking I'm gonna get much more out of the UHQR. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
I'm not. I just don't think I am. And I really love the Ballads album. Nancy with the laughing face and all that. It's a great album. But a UHQR, I don't know how much I'm gonna get. Over the Verve series, I just don't. No, especially right now because there's just so much good stuff that's lined up that's coming out.
Yep.
You got the Lockjaw stuff. You got all the contemporary stuff. Blue Note is releasing 2 things with Walter Smith III, one Kendrick Scott and Walter Smith III's own recording. It's just a lot of stuff that's coming out. I mean, the stuff that my pre-order thing is like really crazy. I was just looking at it. I was like, Jesus Christ. And then you got that Dorothy Ashby box set.
Are you interested in that? We talked about that before you joined us.
Yeah, I am. I really am. I had thought about I had looked and I was like, okay. I didn't pre-order it, but I think I probably will.
Well, here's the thing.
It's so expensive.
So right now you can only order from UK sites.
Right.
The company Newland putting it out has it for $250.
Right.
The other, I think it's cheaper other places. Now I have a Newland this Newland box, which they only did a limited number of, and I got it from Amazon.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting for an American site to maybe.
Right.
They double press this. This is the original uncolored vinyl.
Mm.
They only did, I think, 1,000 of these.
Mm.
They did 1,000 on black and white. I mean, on black vinyl. So I'm hoping that if Amazon gets this, I have gift cards and stuff. I would consider getting it.
Yeah,
but
that was the first. When I heard the Dorothy Ashby thing was, they were doing that. That was the first thing I went to Amazon to check because I was like, yeah, maybe Amazon will have it, and I'll feel safe getting it there.
The Dorothy box is so 4 of the records are AAA and 2 are not because the master tapes don't exist. I mean, actually, those 2 could be AAA as well. I have no idea, but they're not from the original masters because they don't exist.
How do we know this?
It's we talked about it earlier on the stream, bro. Oh, you weren't here. So, yeah.
Yeah, again, how do you know this?
Because we read it from the damn website.
So they could be from secondary tapes.
They could be, sure. Yeah.
I bought the what's the what groove that they just did the one with Frank Weiss. I bought that and it's really
I
good.
did too, and I really like that.
I heard a rumor that they're going to do a second box with her later stuff.
I would hope so. I would really hope so. Yeah,
David, it says on the website which 2 were
because
not.
the one that's on the Vinyl Me Please box set from the Cadet box
After harping.
Yeah, I would like to get that, and I would like is it a Bobby Hutcherson, I think, or Harold Land that's on there with Bobby Hutcherson. That's included in that box set. I would like to get also, but I don't necessarily care about the other stuff in that box.
Right.
Well, here, let's hope this happens, okay? Well, it seems like at least the ones they did of the Tribe, those were put out separately.
Right.
by the company. I don't know if Vinyl Me Please did this in conjunction with somebody. Who owns the Cadet Library or the Argo? Who owns that?
That's a good question. I mean, I would think it belongs to like a major company, maybe Kraft, because I don't know if that also came under the what's the blues label, Chess. I don't know if that was all that.
Oh, well, I know Chess is Universal though. I thought
So that might be under Universal because
Concord and everything.
Yeah.
All right, Roberto's saying it's Concord.
Yeah, then who knows when you're going to see that stuff with Concord?
I think it's UMG. I don't think it's Concord. It says UMG on.
It says the masters are now owned by Universal.
Yeah, so it's not.
No, they could easily put those things out.
Well, it's the weird thing with Concord is they have a distribution deal with UMG.
They do.
But they don't. But yeah. So it's weird, Certain stuff they own, and then the distribution stuff is through UMG.
Roberto said he was speculating, so
yeah.
But yeah, they own the whole Chess catalog, I guess. Universal does. So it's like them, Concord, and Sony. I mean, are those the big ones, or am I missing something else?
No, I'm trying to think who else. I think that's probably about it. And Sony's horrible. They're just freaking ridiculous. I mean, considering what they have, they're horrible. They
Hey,
don't.
I did pre-order the Burt Bacharach Elvis Costello record. I ordered it and I sent this to a lot of people. Amazon did this thing to get you to use their lockers, so there was a $10 off coupon. So I used it for the Burt Bacharach Elvis Costello.
How much was it? I'm definitely getting that.
It was I got it for $27. I think it on Amazon had it for $37.
I think I'm going to get the deluxe thing because I have the Mofi, but I'm a big Elvis Costello guy, so.
Well, the deluxe one that comes with just a bunch of CDs.
Yeah.
In addition to the double album.
Yeah, it's just it's some live
concerts. Yeah. I think it might come with that. Remember the thing that made it really big is A&E used to have that show where people came on.
That was a great show. I have all the DVDs of that. That was a great show. And Elvis Costello just did. I want to say it was like 16 performance and 16 nights in New York. At it's called the Gramercy Theater. It's a small theater in New York. And I was gonna go, but by the time I ordered tickets, they were like $300. And I was like, no, I've seen Elvis a number of times. I don't need to spend $300 to see him. And I'll see him again next time he comes around. But
Oh, nothing. Sorry.
No, he's a great performer. I saw him maybe it was the last time I saw him. He did a show where he had a big wheel, and he would spin it. Yeah, and the song that would come up, he would play that song. And the night I saw him, Questlove was on drums, and he invited people from the audience to come out and like spin the wheel. It was really good. It was an excellent show. I mean, I've never seen a bad Elvis Costello performance. It's just amazing.
One of the tracks on that record is like among my favorite songs of all time.
Which one?
I Still Have the Other Girl in my head. I don't see it listed here.
Yeah, imagine we probably saw the same show then.
Did you put Coffee Dave to bed? Did you tuck him in?
Yeah. Because of his phone. They really call him. Hey, you bought this, didn't you, Rob? The Spectrum Rhino pressing.
That I'm telling you right now, all you idiots out there.
Yeah,
that thing is $22, if not cheaper. It's a Kevin Gray master. It's clear vinyl, but it sounds beautiful. If you don't get that album, you're silly. You're just silly, silly, silly. It's a start your ear off right title.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy it. I need to buy that one. It's just one of many I need to buy.
Well, you better buy it before it goes away because they don't.
I know they don't make that many of those like the other stuff. So, I mean, that's what I'm. Some of this classic series shit, especially, I'm thinking about waiting like 6 months to buy it. You know, because it's always like it's like $17 on Amazon 6 months later for a lot of these titles. So I don't know.
Yeah, Mazzy, the show I saw was maybe, I don't know, maybe 8 years ago. But gosh, in the 80s, like when I got back from the United States from Okinawa, right before David Letterman took over the Ed Sullivan Theater, Elvis Costello did a performance there with T-Bone Burnett, and they had the Confederates and that group, and they also did the Wheel there, and that was a great performance too.
Hey Roberto, those start your ear off right titles, I thought are exclusive to Mom and Poppy's places. I don't know if they have it on Amazon.
Acoustic Sounds had it, didn't they?
I don't know. I'm just saying what I think.
What do you know, man?
I know two things.
I would think so, because
they're morons, and then I'm tired of morons. Two things.
Sure. I'm gonna look on Amazon right now and just buy it. It's $33. What the hell?
Just go to the In Groove. Go to the In Groove. It might be sold out there.
Yeah,
if not, go to Toad Hall. Go to one of the independent retailers that sell online.
Yeah, or what's the other Plaid Room too.
Yeah, go to Plaid Room.
Yeah, every time I go to In Groove stuff, like goes like that.
Mm-hmm. True.
you got to join his club.
Like 500 copies of stuff, so sometimes he has shit for a while, depending on what it is. He's moving some records, man.
Yeah, he's moving my records stalled in the middle of butt scratch nowhere.
He's moving all them OJCs. He got.
Yeah, I'm waiting for my Eric Dolphy live at the 5 spot.
Oh, that's a good record.
Yeah.
Well, I'll never know, Chris.
Well, you will. Don't you have the concert 3 album 3?
Yeah, I have that.
Then you do know because it's on there.
Did he shipped it? He shipped it by media mail, right?
No, he strapped it to the back of a frog. No, they don't ship media mail. He shipped it FedEx.
It's always FedEx.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it sucks. Hey, FedEx.
Because it's weird. The whole media mail thing is like if I order stuff from Dusty Groove and I do media mail, bam, it's here.
Yeah.
Right, Mike.
But if
you sent me the thing you sent me. 3 days. 3 days.
It's crazy. It's just I just got a notification that the package was delivered today, and it was stuck in New Jersey for 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's New Jersey.
Yeah, that's why I hate media mail because I don't know if it's going to go through. I don't know where it's going to go through.
Well, this stuff you sent me got here really quick.
It's just crazy, and then sometimes stuff gets. If I send stuff through, if it comes through Chicago, not originating in Chicago, it gets stuck. But if it originates in Chicago, bam, I get it. Like, it doesn't pay. Like I was doing priority mail with Dusty Groove, and then I said, no, it doesn't pay because media mail that originates from them gets there in the same time.
Are you showing your address, Rob?
No, it's not on there.
Okay.
But it was there, and then it's still in transit 8 days later.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It said weather delay if you go to the more specific.
Is the RSD
Matthew, I have the Douglas twofer of both those albums, but the RSD has all this extra shit. Mike has it.
Yeah, I love that RSD. It was great. I missed out on it the first time it came out, and then I ended up getting a it wasn't even a used copy. It was a sealed copy at the Jazz Record Center in New York for 80. I think the exact price was probably $81.
Hey, good morning, Nadine. It's late for us.
Yeah,
speak for yourself. Hey,
welcome.
Did anyone get people found out prices? Did anyone know the price of the Dolphy?
Of what Dolphy?
The RSD.
I don't know. $75.
All right, that maybe 8 years ago was 75. It'll probably be. Oh, is it 75, Matthew?
That's what the Backup Astorius one was recently. It was 3 discs. So.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. I mean, I paid $81. So.
Hey, Tim. Next time you hang out with that customer service lady in her Ford Taurus, can you tell her to bring my record to me, please?
Yeah. Be useful. But what do you think about that, Rob? The strategy of not buying classic series when they first come out and waiting 6 months because maybe they'll be cheap.
I do that.
Yeah.
If it's a title I want, okay, I'm going to show you guys something, and it's don't get embarrassed. You know, I'm very proud of this.
Did you get some records from Damien Imports finally?
Is Mike
You know what? Here. Can I tell you something I picture?
Yeah.
When Chris leaves us, he goes into his bedroom, changes into his PJs.
Yeah.
And then he kneels down at the front of his bed and goes, "Please let Damien Imports deliver me some of the records I ordered."
Yeah, that'd be sweet.
All right. I'm going to show you something that will impress all of you. All right, it'll be here. Give me a second. Oh, here's a record I didn't show that I'll pull out some other records I found. Okay. This took 3 times from Amazon Warehouse to get the correct record. I ordered it twice. They sent me the mono version twice. I ordered the stereo.
Okay.
This came sealed from Amazon Warehouse, $33.
What's wrong with it?
Maybe someone returned it and they got it by mistake.
Oh.
So I got this.
So
I didn't pay the full price from Amazon Warehouse, $33.
Where is the website for?
Booklet inside is coming. Did anyone else just on the regular versions? The booklet coming detached?
I don't know.
No.
This is okay. Watch Chris sigh. Chris will sigh when I show this record. He'll audibly sigh.
Oh.
Ooh.
So the OG of this goes for some money. Not hugely expensive. Maybe $50 or more. 70.
Yeah.
This is like a reissue from 10 years later, maybe, but it still only was. This is a British reissue, but it's good. It sounds good.
Nice.
I mainly picked it up because I got this for $8.
Nice.
Yeah.
You picked it up because Sam put out a record from those people?
I saw it in this record store, and last week all you guys showed his shit.
Yeah.
So I go, if I drive by there, it's still there, I'll go buy it.
You're easily influenced by the jazz bums.
Then I picked up an OG of this, and this sounds awesome.
Yeah, that's a great record.
Yeah.
Great records.
So here's the point. I've hit good on Amazon Warehouse more than not. I think I picked up the Jack McDuff Moon chat. What is it called? Moon something? I got that for $14 on Amazon Warehouse.
Nice.
The Harvey Weinstein collection.
Oh man.
Listen, all Harvey Weinstein's record has the strange ooze on it. So hey, listen, I've dealt with that guy a lot. So not in the way you would think, but professionally.
Yeah.
Not the way you think professionally.
He got 16 years this week.
That guy deserves to rot in a hole.
Oh, yeah.
One time we did a test screening, and he showed up basically in his pajamas, and he sat in the back of the theater and lit a cigarette. My friend had to go up to him and say, "You can't smoke in here." He threw it on the ground and stomped it out.
Oh my God. It sounds about right. Well, I'm getting tired, folks.
Really? You weren't tired 2 hours ago?
No, it's a good time. Then now I'm thinking you mentioned my bed and my pajamas, and I was like, sounds pretty nice.
Oh, can I just ask one thing?
Of course.
How wrong was my prediction of what you're going to do after the stream? How off was I?
I'm going to get some cheese first, but yes, it's very, very nice.
That's what you always. That's a good before bed snack.
Now, here's another prediction I have.
Okay.
Felipe is sleeping, sitting up.
That's a fair prediction. We've definitely had Felipe fall asleep with us.
Okay, here's another thing. Mike is tossing and turning about the 3 copies of Chet he has, and if he should get the 4th.
That's true. Oh man.
Hey, listen. Hey, Mark H., if you have my record or listening to it, why would you jeopardize your job on a stupid record? There's so many other better things that you guys ship, like drugs, and I bet you if you find a couple samurai swords and cha-cha heels. That's from
Oh, Roberto just bought the Billy Cobham and the Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah, all right. Go order that, Chris.
I don't want to buy any records right now, man. Try not to.
Hey, let's see how much money we can get Roberto to spend tonight before we leave.
Roberto, go to the Music Matters website and buy everything you can.
Hey, Roberto, there's this Barry Manilow greatest hits.
Yeah.
Chad said it was one of the 10 best records you've never heard.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Hey, Roberto, have you heard of Helen Reddy?
Oh, my God, dude. I saw so much crap today. There's a estate sale across the street I bought these crappy records from. Somebody goes through
I might, if you can hear the rain coming down in buckets now, and it's supposed to do this for another 48 hours.
Wow.
But there's one estate sale where the records were stacked very high. So I might go tomorrow morning to that.
Yeah, just go out and get an umbrella, man. You'll be fine.
Hey, Roberto, there's this Kenny G record.
Oh
they even Chris said made him wet his pants.
That's true.
It was fun. When I was in Alabama, I went out with my aunt and uncle, and then we go out after dinner. We go back to their place, and they know I like jazz. So I'm like, "So you like jazz?" And, so we go down their basement and they start playing music. And he goes, "Oh, I like Kenny G." He goes, "What do you think about Kenny G?" And I gave the diplomatic answer. I was like, he's fine. He does what he does. He's good at what he does. I was like, and then I said, that documentary he did on HBO, that they did on HBO was very good. And then my wife just looked at me and started cracking. You could tell she was like waiting to crack up. But that was very diplomatic of you. I was like, hey, But yeah, that was his idea of jazz. And his idea of jazz was Kenny G. And I held it together. I held it together.
We should send him some stuff, man.
Yeah, but I don't hate Kenny G. That's the thing. I was like, no, I was like,
Right.
You know, dude does what he does, and he's good at it. And more power to him. He doesn't call himself a jazz musician. He does what he does, and
we got to keep the Jews in jazz.
Oh.
You get some more Vic Feldman records?
I have about 4 Victor Feldman records. All right.
Sure.
I think I'll exit. I think Chris is slow as a turtle now.
Yeah. I'm gonna saunter off to my nest.
Yes.
Don't forget your cheese.
Yeah.
Now, what
is it going to be one of those cartoonish ones with
right.
big blocks,
right.
like triangle blocks with the holes in it?
Yeah. I want to score before I go.
Okay.
I'm going to predict. Here's the cheese that Chris is going to get. The original Baby Bell and the red waxy cover.
No.
What is it then?
I don't know, man. I gotta go figure it out.
Chris, if you have acid reflux attacks in the middle of the night, it might be because you eat cheese right before you go to bed.
No, it's carbs. Carbs and sugar cause acid reflux.
Sugar, yes, absolutely, 100%. Agree.
The number three top 3 causes of acid reflux is soda, chocolate, and dairy products. Those are the top 3.
Well, not for me, man.
Hey, and everyone.
Well, that's just your opinion.
Please send all your acid reflux questions to Baggy. The PO box.
I looked it up on the internet, so there.
It's fine.
Because I woke up one night and I felt like
I
someone
can't
put hot lava in my mouth.
Tell me the cheese.
What
What type of cheese?
I don't know. I'm gonna get some cheddar cheese from a big block of it that's in my fridge.
Now, are you gonna use one of the fancy slicers like the one that comes in your silverware set?
I don't have one of those. No.
Are you gonna
cheese stands alone?
Take a rusty butter knife to it?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, smoking definitely. I used to have heartburn so bad when I was a kid, and after I stopped smoking, I never had it anymore.
Yeah, me too.
Well, this is a piece of advice. If there's several steps you need to take to be a jazz bum, but if you want to try it out tonight, have some cheese before you get it.
All right, cool. Well, thanks everybody. Thanks for joining us.
What does your wife think about you eating cheese?
This episode of the Jazz Bums has been brought to you by the American Dairy Council.
That's right.